Oh, these some nasty bastards out here I'm dealing with, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, man, we going live.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Kings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Cheyenne Crewman, and I'm joined with my other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Oceana co-executive producer and co-host of. In addition, we are joined with our sister, Akshita Veda from Arizona, and then we got our brother, Chef Rob, from Chicago, Chi-Town in the house. Greetings from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city.
Oh yeah, greetings from Sin City. Everybody's here, all the crooks, all the thugs, raggedy ass fight they had last night here with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. I'm always betting for the brother, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all that, because all inclusiveness is an illusion. And then also too, brother Che and sister Akshita. Now, what you all have been forcing me to do has been doing some research, about that. We was already here about the indigenous women and stuff like that.
Shabaka, I gotta finish the introduction.
Oh yes, sir. Go right ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm gonna go light my cigar. I'll be off for about less than 2 minutes.
Okay. On this season 4, episode 3, part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News, we will be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 1 and some additional topics. So we had an emergency alert, another one of those emergency alerts, y'all. Massive 911 system failures in 4 states. I believe one of them is where you're at, Chef Rob, and the other one is where Shabaka's at in Nevada. We got the illegal migrants in Mexico. They say they want Biden. They want Sleepy Jim Crow Biden to win because Trump won't let them in. Then we got your neck of the woods, Chef Rob. We got Chicago's desire to recall Mayor Johnston. Great news.
Great news.
Then we got white liberal taunts black Chicagoans about illegal immigrants spending at the city council meeting. So they want to pass an additional 70 million for the illegal immigrants, Chef Rob.
Man, they kiss my ass.
And then we got Charles Coon-ass Barkley and Gayle Gay-ass King show ends. And if we have time, the Colorado Black Roundtable event, Operation Youth Rescue at the Zion Senior Center here in Denver, Colorado. And if we have time, a motorcycle crew from Colorado did this to a bystander, and the media gave minimal coverage. And then Afro Elite discusses reparations with Fred Hampton Jr.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw Fred Hampton Jr., man, at the 50th anniversary in Oakland, man.
Nice. Yep, you sure did. That's what he said.
Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to meet with him, man, but I did see him, you know what I mean? When he gave his speech like that.
Let me see if I still
Oh, there we go. We got an Amber Alert. Oh.
Let me see if I still got Fred Hampton's number, because he comes to the meeting sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I
would love to have him as a guest, man, and let Chairman Fred know, man. And let Chairman
on Facebook.
Okay, you friends with him on Facebook, Brother Che? I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to go to the first topic because I know we're pressed for time and it's getting super late.
Right.
Especially, I'm trying to be respectable of Chef Rob's time since he's an hour ahead of me.
Yeah, he's 2 hours.
I got one thing to do in the morning, and I'm gonna get back into bed. I ain't got shit to do.
All right, Chef. Oh, and by the way, Chef, let Sarge know, man. We're charging his ass with AWOL, man.
Yeah, he went AWOL on us again.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So we definitely hitting his ass with Article 15, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't. How do I put this, man? Sarge, he might be doing some of that kinky stuff again, because once he was going in, bragging about putting them beads up his butt one time. So.
Oh no!
Oh my God,
man!
Sarge, man, I didn't have him. Dude, y'all, man. Okay, I'm gonna start. Let me, and even some of the old shows he was on, I'm gonna start putting that stuff out there on how this shit he say.
Oh yes, sir, Chef Rob, man, and then, man, I think, man, you can go to Blog Talk and share some of them episodes we did, and we'll reciprocate the favor to you, brother.
Yeah, let me, because I just started paying attention to some of the stuff. I had a lot of stuff to go ahead and to edit a lot of stuff. So let me go ahead and let me go ahead and put them out there, man, and Bianchi too, man. I got a bunch of stuff. I want to play the clips where Bianchi got shut down completely. Then he kept.
I would love to hear it.
Then he kept calling for my help. Rob, Chef, hey, you gonna let this happen?
I remember Bianchi calling into the No Black Media and getting shut down. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, well, man, Sarge is Sarge, Bianchi's Bianchi, and the sad part about it is Chef Rob doing some research right here, because I look at these books, man, from Johnson Publication.
Y'all want to reconnect with old times. I gotta get us going.
Okay.
Oh, my fault.
So we got emergency alert, massive 911 system failures in 4 states. One of them being Nevada, another one being Illinois.
Okay, where in Nevada?
I don't know exactly where in Nevada, but they said the state of Nevada was one of the 4 states.
Okay.
So shout out to Lisa Cabrera. I like to shout out to Lisa Cabrera as well.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a major outage in the country that impacted 4 states. Major 911 outage in 4 states leave millions without an easy way to contact authorities. That is absolutely crazy. So law enforcement agencies across 4 states were left scrambling following reports of a major 911 outage that left millions unable to quickly contact authorities in emergencies late Wednesday. Many of the outages reported were in Nebraska, Nevada, South Dakota, and Texas. They were restored. It took them 2.5 hours to get the system back up and working. But the FCC said Thursday its investigation is just getting started. When you call 911 in an emergency, it is virtually that call that goes through. The FCC has already begun investigating the 911 multi-state outages that occurred last night to get to the bottom of the cause and the impact. The FCC chairwoman, Jessica Rosenworcel, this is what she said. So far, there's no indication that the outage was caused by a cyber attack or other malicious acts. Law enforcement officials told NBC News on Thursday the outage appeared to be related to Luden Technologies, a spokesperson for the communication and telecom company said. So I'm going to play this video from NBC News, and then I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
All right, Lisa, come on with it.
Honolulu police reporting a brief 911 outage in the city, coming after more outages Wednesday night on the mainland.
You may have difficulty reaching us internally, and we're having difficulty receiving 911 calls as well.
6 p.m. Central Time, multiple 911 centers suddenly cut off in parts of 4 states, South Dakota, Nebraska, Nevada, and Texas. Several call centers pushed out emergency alerts, telling locals to use their cell phones or text for help.
To our knowledge, we have never experienced an outage of this magnitude or duration.
Today,
don't get caught in the uninsured.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
Phone service provider Lumen Technologies blamed 3 state outages on a cut fiber line. due to a third-party company installing a light pole, writing, "We restored all services in approximately 2.5 hours."
We are dealing with 911 in last century technology. We're in the 21st century. We need to ensure that our 911 systems are current technology.
While an isolated event, experts say the outage underscores an urgent concern.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
U.S. cybersecurity has warned that hackers want to exploit vulnerabilities to disrupt or degrade 911 service. At risk, sensitive data that could affect emergency response abilities.
Was anybody injured?
Already, ransomware attacks on 911 centers, including Bucks County, Pennsylvania, have forced dispatchers to revert to manual systems. In 2017, 911 centers in more than a dozen states were paralyzed. Now, amid heightened global tensions and a divisive election looming here at home, concerned that critical emergency communications can easily be undermined. Chris Krebs is the federal government's former cybersecurity chief.
The homeland, as we say, is no longer a sanctuary. So we really have to bake in cybersecurity resilience measures into every business plan, into every operational plan.
Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Okay. So 2.5 hours, that's really significant, especially for a 911 outage. You know, car accidents, medical emergencies, and all kinds of things happening, you know, that can easily happen in 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And if people don't feel like they can get help, that's a major problem. So as you heard, the outage, you know, it was in Nebraska, Nevada, South Dakota, and Texas. Wow. So on Wednesday, some customers in Nevada, South Dakota, and Nebraska experienced an outage when a third-party company unrelated to Ludin physically cut our fiber. So the fiber optic cable got cut while installing a light pole. So that was all in the video. But you would think they would watch for that kind of stuff. I mean, that's crazy. So on Thursday, in the beginning, you heard Honolulu Police Department said on a social media post, so in Hawaii, the 911 system was also down. Okay, and that was Thursday. And 20 minutes later, the subsequent post said the system was working again. So they weren't 2.5 hours, but just 20 minutes. So it is unclear what caused the outage. So the police department in Honolulu never did identify what caused the outage there on Thursday.
How convenient.
Sound like a
Wednesday's outage comes on the heel of a widespread AT&T outage in February. Oh, yeah, I remember I did a video on that. That was across multiple states, and some calls to 911 for hours, which the carrier said was most likely caused by a processor error, not a cyber attack.
No, that sounds like a cyber attack.
So local law enforcement agencies reported a statewide outage in South Dakota shortly before 7 p.m. local time. And that was on Wednesday. Rapid City Police offered local alternatives to phone numbers for people to call for first responders and service until everything was restored over 2 hours later. South Dakota Department of Public Safety said on Wednesday in the evening, texting 911 is operating in most locations. So, I mean, you know, but that's kind of dangerous because the average person is not going to text 911. They're going to call 911. And if they're not aware of it, then that can be a dangerous situation there.
911 is a joke.
So they said in South Dakota, the outage was around 7. They got everything fully restored by 10:38 p.m. So
bunch of
in Douglas
nonsense.
County, Nebraska. So they pretty much echoed the same thing. They said their 911 went out due to a fiber cut. And, you know, they were doing pretty much a lot of the same things. So they said that the service there was not completely restored until 4 a.m. Thursday. Wow. So, y'all, this just goes to show you nothing is foolproof. Nothing. And Las Vegas said they lost their 911 service around 7 p.m. local time and did not get it restored until 10 p.m. So locals that tried to call 911 were not able to get through. They were urged to dial 911 on mobile devices and, you know, and also text messaging to 911. That was another advice. So, wow. In Texas, in Del Rio, police said on social media Wednesday evening the issue was with the carrier and not with the city of Del Rio. The issue appeared to be with T-Mobile service. And, you know, there was the same situation where it went out and came back on more than 3.5 hours later.
Yeah, we had
wow.
a situation like that here.
That is absolutely crazy. So, y'all, let me know if you're in any of these states that were impacted, and let me know whether or not you were aware that 911 went down in your state. Please leave your comment and
yeah, please like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, well, my thoughts is on that there, man. That there is some prepackaged bullshit. Okay, then again, too, it did get up to 91 degrees today, so the desert heat is definitely coming in. That could overload, power services, what have you, communications and things like that. That it could, but it did get up to 91 degrees today. Right now it's 80 degrees here and it's clear. And I know Akshita is down there since she's further south. She's probably down there in Texas with about 100. Yeah, so Akshita's probably being.
It was how much?
94 degrees in Arizona.
Wow.
It is hot.
Oh, okay. And be careful of walking out there at night, Akshita, just like here in Nevada, because, Jake the Snake comes out because it's cooler. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't mess around.
So I got this damn Amber
That's
alert.
right. That's right.
It's a young black girl that's
okay,
missing.
What's that?
Her name is
A young black girl missing.
Yeah, her name is Aaliyah Chance.
Okay, where is she missing at?
From Colorado.
Okay.
She's in a 2015 white Jeep Compass.
Okay, she's not a DoorDash deliverer or Uber driver, is she?
No, she's a child. It's an Amber
Alert. Oh my God. Yeah, okay, yeah, for the babies. Okay. Well, of course, we pray that little baby is found safe. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then if some of the thugs is out there, there's some work for you right there. If the little baby is with somebody and has been abducted, smash the perpetrator and then tell the cops to come scrape up the rest off the sidewalk.
But the last time that happened, it was like 2 or 3 black children missing, and it was their dad that had took them.
Okay, so that sounds like a custody dispute.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's the same thing with this case, but the last time.
Of course, we're gonna pray for that baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Aaliyah Chance, come home safely.
Indeed, by all means, you know what I'm saying? And then also too, people for your children, particularly the girls, you know, as young as they can when they start walking, start teaching them methods of how to defend themselves,
Yeah,
martial arts, knives, firearms, by any means
all of that.
necessary, because you know we are all we got. Okay, we got a note here from Chef Rob saying that he had to step away for a minute. Okay, Rob. Yeah. We definitely
Um,
wait.
Sister Sheeta, what are your thoughts on this major 911 outage in 4 states?
The first thing that came to my mind, honestly, is it's preparation for the purge. You know,
That part.
they put the movie out. You know, it usually happens like that. The movie will come out first, and that alerts everyone who's under the sound of the voice and know the codes and know the language to pay attention to what's coming about. And then they'll have a practice run in major cities and areas are well, you know, Nevada being one of the major cities, but Nebraska and South Dakota, those are main pipelines for trafficking and things like that.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
you don't hear a lot going on in those states, but they're pretty busy and they busy with keeping quiet about a lot of things that go on in that area.
Oh yeah.
So that was a dry run for the live exercise that's to come, you know. And so if they are planning something, that's how we know what to pay attention to when they start having things like this, because I don't watch the news and I haven't heard anything. That's why I like coming on here, because y'all do report good information and news in reference to what's going on and some things that we need to be paying attention to, you know, as a masses. So I appreciate the information that you're sharing here to know this, because I did not know that this was going on, but it also puts me in mind of preparation for something bigger.
You're right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, because that reminds me, last year we had a disaster preparedness fair here in Denver, Colorado, and they were giving out disaster preparedness kits. That's the Amber Alert again, y'all. Come home again. Come home safely, Aaliyah Chance. They had a whole fair at Montbello Rec Center here in Denver, Colorado. Where they're giving out these whole kits, these whole emergency food kits, FEMA kits, and then they have the paperwork for FEMA and all that stuff. And they have it was a whole fair around that. So I'm like, ooh, what are they getting us ready for? And then like she just said the purge, the FEMA camps, all that's up on the horizon. So
and I advise everybody with this current state of affairs, as with the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, is prep yourself, get those babies in physical activity, you know, teach them nunchucks, shurikens, the stick, firearms by any means necessary. Is because of the day these ass scratches, I mean, we love everybody and all that. No, that bullshit's over with. Only thing them tricks are gonna do is get us killed. You see what I'm saying? And then too, and I'm going on one too, you know, with my ass because I'm disabled. You see what I'm saying? And then I
can't tell. He says that, but I can't tell.
No, I am.
That was disabled about this, or the black cat here. There was nothing disabled about him. So I don't know that. I don't know nothing about that. But continue, Chicago.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay. And then also to get them off in some physical activity. And then if you are dealing, you know, like with coaches and stuff like that, okay, they are supposed to be in possession of what is a congressional act called a safe sport certificate. Is because if you recall how little Simone Biles was violated by one of her Olympic coaches. Okay. So with that, the U.S. Congress passed a law that anybody that's doing any type of recreational activities, okay, with children, that they are supposed to be in possession of a safe sport certificate, okay, and it's supposed to be updated. You don't go off and leave your babies,
Dr.
you know.
Conrad Murray, what was his name?
Is that the fool right there where the judge says is that you won't be eligible for parole until like about 2185, and the judge says, I'm taking great pleasure in sentencing your sick ass to jail. You see what I'm saying?
I believe so, Shabaki.
Yeah, then this fool gets up there and says, well, I won't live that long. And the judge says, that's precisely my point. That's why I'm making it like this. You see what I'm saying? Goddamn pedophiles, man, is sick, man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
You know what's the cure for that?
Is to kill him.
Yeah, exactly. A bullet.
Make an example out of his ass. You know what I'm saying? Just like how they used to take the slave, and when the slave was disobedient, they'll whoop him publicly. You see what I'm saying? In front of the other slaves. So, use the same thing right here.
Now they're in a protected class, Shabaki. And they're in a protected class. And all those mugs that are supporting that LGBTQ shit, they done.
Oh, hell no.
They done put in the fucking pedophile shit, the Namba shit.
Oh, yeah, Brother Che, yeah. Once again, with Gruesome Newsome, they passed some shit like that there in California, man, about 3-4 years ago. It was introduced by a California state assemblyman from San Francisco, of all places, saying, that somebody over the age of 18 could violate a child as long as the child is not under the age of 10. Man, that is sick, man.
It's the Amber Alert again.
Yeah.
Please find Aaliyah Chance.
Yeah.
It's so interesting that alert keeps coming on tonight, and then the topic of this show tonight is
the 911 emergency. Yeah.
It ain't no coincidence.
But we had a situation where the power had went out in parts of Denver, and Lady Che here in Aurora, her power went out briefly on like one half of our apartment and almost set her hand on fire.
Oh my God.
One of our shows. It was bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Lady Che's always talking about this. She already said that the white supremacists already said that this is what they were going to do. They're going to attack the waterways, the roadways, the railways,
the highways, the bridges.
Yeah, all of that.
Public transportation.
All modes of transportation routes, all of that.
Airports, train stations.
Yeah. That was why people were so against that 5G.
Yes. Well, one of
the reasons, yeah. That's what 5G is was set up for. And Mandela Khan spoke about this before he passed away.
Yes, power.
Yeah. He talked about the pile up on the interstate in Texas. And I viewed the video, and from what I saw on the video, it was almost like the cars were not the drivers were not able to control the vehicles, like maybe some magnetic field underneath the road. You don't know what they putting up under the pavement when they lay this stuff down. And so there was no ice on the road, but it was over hundreds of cars piled up in Texas a few years back. And
I do remember that. I think Shabaka get caught in that shit.
Yeah,
I think Shabaka got caught in it.
Because when I was crossing, the great state of Texas, give them the bud. Man, I'm talking about here, you got fools in rush hour traffic, man, doing 80 miles an hour, man, near misses and all that. And I thought the damn expressways of Los Angeles was bad, man. That shit scared the hell out of me.
Yeah, they be on two wheels in Texas.
Yeah, boy. Talk about ride 'em cowboy, boy. You got a whole bunch of yahoos down there. And then also, too, Sister Akshada, I did drive through your hometown there. I rested that down there in Mobile, Alabama. And then as I was driving through there, when I crossed into Louisiana, the thing that was going through my mind right here, when that speed limit said do 55 miles an hour, I gave him 53 because that song called Strange Fruit was going through my mind. You know what I'm saying?
I don't play around in them areas either.
Hell no.
No, especially like from Louisiana. Not only Louisiana all right, but Mississippi, no. Alabama, no. Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, no.
Yeah, I've been in Florida. I've been in, yeah, and I've been in the great state of I've been down there in the great state of Georgia. As a matter of fact, Brother Che, didn't we have a guest host, man, the brother working on his PhD, man, who was doing the Sunday. Yeah. And we was down there in the ATL, you know, I was down there in the ATL. And like I said, man, you know,
I haven't been to the whole city yet. But
but the only thing I can say is I'm done with the South, man. You know, I'm about to transition anyway, man, due to my age, man. So I've seen the South. People challenging me to go down South. You know, Shabaka, you with all that pro-black shit, take your ass down South. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? I went down South. The shit scares me. You know, them spirits is messing with me down there. You know what I'm saying? And what have you. But one thing I will say. You got some very, very attractive sisters down there in the South. My.
You do, and unfortunately, Shabaka, a lot of them is burning.
If you've been in a car accident,
later for the commercial. Later for the commercial.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky.
No, this is our good sister, Vicky Dillard. This is the sister that punk ass Jeff allowed RFK Jr. to disrespect on his program.
Okay, and I am reaching out to Ms. Vicky, you know, to have her as a guest, you know, on our platform.
Yeah, she's based out of Colorado, out of Aurora.
Oh, well, man, she's right down the street.
For African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. As you come in, be sure to give us a big thumbs up and share the broadcast. Let everybody you know that your sister with the curly braid.
Chef Rob, are you back with us?
Okay.
I guess he's still away.
Yeah, okay, he's on mute.
I'm gonna move us along then. So yeah, the migrants in Mexico, the legal immigrants, y'all, say they want Biden to win. Sleepy Jim Crow Biden. They want him to win because the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Absolutely.
Won't let them in.
Okay. All right, that's great news.
Thank you so very much. Family, while you're doing that, subscribing and hitting the notification bell, be sure to download our app here for African Diaspora News Channel. Yes, you heard it right. We have our own app. Beloved, we're expanding our voices. It's done with excellence and professionalism, and it can be easily accessible around the world. So be sure to do that. When you do that, you're supporting voices that speak for issues that matter to you. For that, we say thank you so very much.
Family, appreciate your hustle, man. But we're trying to get to your level.
I am a woman of the world. I love my family around the world. But I also believe in the strong respect and understanding of how our open enemy works to use migrants and immigrants in the United States in particular against us. Of course, we're seeing a migrant and immigration crisis around the world. And of course, when you're dealing with the enemy, they have their own pernicious reasons for fighting against it. But some of those who are foundational Black Americans here in the United States, those who are either native to America or the builders of America, some of the reasons that we have been objecting to some of the unfair policies that the United States has implemented here, both from the Republican and Democrat Party, is because it is giving benefits, housing, money, resources, jobs, health care to people who broke federal law to get here, benefits that they don't even give those of us who are the ones that are the sons and daughters of the creators of this country. And folks that have broke the law are being fast-tracked in front of us in order to give them such benefits. This is outrageous.
Right.
No, it's bullshit is what it is. It's beyond outrageous.
The U.S. government's stated agenda for which they are opening the floodgates for some of these individuals to come here. Now, in a latest article that came across my desk, several articles actually, I saw some others, but this particular one, headline written by this Melissa Cohen, listen, migrants in Mexico say they want Biden to win re-election as they fear Trump would not let them in to U.S.
Well,
yes, family, my blinkage. My eyes are blinking real fast. This is I can't believe what I'm reading. You are not even a lawful resident here. You're not a citizen. You know you broke the law to get here. And you're expressing your opinion of who should be the president. God, this is outrageous.
I see her reasoning, but I don't give
unconscionable.
a goddamn.
People who are flagrantly flaunting the disrespect for the laws here, and Black Americans in particular. You feel real comfortable telling us who you prefer in terms of leadership of this country when you don't even have the law. Vicky, read. Listen to what this piece says. Migrants wanting to cross the southern border into the U.S. say they want President Biden to win re-election in November because they fear they would not be allowed into the country if former President Donald Trump regains control of the White House. So they're expressing concern for who will let them commit a crime. Let's stop using fluffy words. Because see, when some of my brothers and sisters who committed so-called petty crimes that did not violate that was not a violent crime, that didn't hurt anybody physically, they expressed remorse and never did it again. The government is not rushing to clear their records like they're doing these migrants. They're not rushing to give them benefits. They're not coming up with new names so that you don't call them a felon.
Exactly.
But we're doing this for strangers. There is an agenda, beloved. Quote, if it's Trump, it doesn't matter how much I work or want to work. They won't let me in, Pipe Fitter Richard Betancourt, 46, told the Free Press as he and hundreds of others wait to cross the border at a makeshift encampment in Matamoros, Mexico. So you in Mexico. How many of y'all ever seen someone who's getting ready to commit a crime show their faces on camera or be willing to talk to a reporter? God, this is outrageous. Boy, you got a hell of a nerve with your conceited, arrogant self to where you are willing to talk to the media, put your name and face on it. That lets you know just how America has opened up the doors for them, and they're actually incentivizing and advertising for them to come. Alejandro Falcon, 26, who spent the past 8 months traveling to the border of Caracas, Venezuela, also said that if Biden, quote, doesn't win, I can't imagine what will happen. I can imagine what will happen. Can you know what my imagination tell me what's going to happen? You go back home to Venezuela. I can imagine it. I can imagine you going to be all right. I can imagine that you need to use all of that ingenuity and that labor and desire to work to fix your country. Venezuela is dealing with unjust sanctions and a whole bunch of other imperialist actions from America and some of her other Western counterparts. Why don't you work on fixing that, beloved, so that the generation after you don't have to get on camera to express how you're getting ready to break the law and tell us your preference for president?
Well, see, that's just it, though. And this is why I relate.
In the comments below. My name is Vicky.
What I've lived through to generations
check out my
after
website
me.
at VickyPlanet.com. That's VICKI
Check
Planet.com.
out Front Line Blacc News. Subscribe to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancements, Julia.
All right, Shabaka, what are your quick thoughts on the legals in Mexico here at the dump?
Okay, my quick thoughts on that is the dump is the dump. We're doing a show Tuesday night, presidential prostitution. We're having Elder McChesnick joining us. Okay, yes. So it's most definitely is going to be rated G. Also, too, is that what we need to do, Black family, is that we need to start setting us up some means to defend ourselves on a collective basis. You see what I'm saying? Is because like the FBI reported that you got all these hate crimes and white supremacist organizations coming out targeting Black folk, okay, but they ain't saying a damn thing what they doing to prosecute them. Connect the dots.
Oh yeah, they're very well connected, like tic-tac-toe.
Oh yeah.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the illegals in Mexico fearing that if the dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear, gets in the office, they can't come in. Or they won't.
Get scared. Well, I also think that, that they're not going to have to make it seem like they don't have to fill out no paperwork. And they're not going to have to do any work. And that's like a lot. Because you got caught yet doesn't mean that it's not gonna happen.
Right. You're just a fugitive.
Right.
A legal fugitive.
You just can't be your own country. Not everybody's here under that elusive narrative that they are waiting to get paperwork.
Yeah, they're seeking asylum.
You know what I mean? That's cap on insult. So, the more that I think that's my question earlier about the House seat. I think that they need to be held accountable for every. So if it's one thing that you came over here, you gotta be a decent motherfucker while you're here. It's another thing that you're terrorizing people or you're acting foolish and you're breaking the law. There's a lot of things that if you came over here under the right reasons, then we might have something to discuss. But not then what is there really to discuss?
Okay. Sister Ashita, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I really don't know when it comes to that. So I don't really have much to add.
Okay. Well, we have a quick update on what's happening here. So the mayor clicked up with the coon-ass mayor in KC. And now they're going to send the illegals over there from Denver. We've had over 40,000 arrive in the past year.
That is ridiculous. And we're not even going to talk about Los Angeles.
Everywhere at this point. You
Right.
can't anywhere without seeing them at this point.
Yeah, and then out here in the West, okay, is that we're not even going to talk about what's going on in San Diego, is because Mexico is literally across the street from San Diego, okay? Yeah. And then, of course, as Dr. Claude Anderson has stated in his infinite wisdom years ago, is that we are going to be their targets, okay? So therefore, with us up here, with all this righteousness amongst ourselves and hating ourselves and what have you, they don't care, if we're Muslims. They don't care if we are Panthers. They don't care if we are integrationalists. They don't care, if we are Black nationalists and what have you. All of us got a target on our backs and our heads, particularly our children. So parents, get those babies to the pistol range. Have them break down weapons. You know what I'm saying? Have them stock up on ammo. Now, one thing that me and Sarge are in agreement on, fuck the commercial, okay, is one thing that me and Sarge are in agreement on is preserving the Second Amendment. You see what I'm saying? And that right is not to be infringed.
I agree, Shabaka. This is why this House district seat, y'all, that I'm running for now.
Yes, sir.
We can definitely make sure that's maintained, because they're trying to seriously take away guns. Like, you can't have guns in certain spots no more. Like, they're really making us susceptible to attack. So,
yes, sir. Now here in Nevada, you can open carry, just not in Clark County.
See, here in Colorado, outside of Denver and Boulder,
right,
you can do that as well. But between Denver and Boulder, them they really trying to, all the cities, all the little suburbs in between,
right,
are trying to stop open carry and concealed carry.
Okay, that's a violation of the Second Amendment. But then again, everybody knows the United States government is nothing but a bunch of fucking hypocrites anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I said it. You know what I'm saying? And we'll say it again.
Sister Ashita, I have announced to run for State House District of Colorado, House District 8, which has been a predominantly Black district since the early 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So now they have a white lesbian named Lindsay Gilchrist, who's running for the Mammy seat, Leslie Herod, the one that was running against me for mayor.
Yeah.
So they put the white version of her up, and the Democrats, and she had already raised like $100,000, and I'm gonna be the only black candidate on the ballot in the race, because the other two, they're gonna have to drop out, but they're claiming they're gonna run as a write-in. Having run as a write-in, don't do it unless you really know everybody in your town and you really have that connection with the people in the town. Don't do it, because it's a waste of time. But they think I'm running as a write-in. I'm not running as no write-in. I'm actually on the ballot, and I'm the only black candidate that's on the ballot for the district. So,
okay, that's beautiful. And Brother Che, feel free anytime to program you an episode at any given time, to update, our listeners and the world on your success, that's going on right there. And then also too, we're doing presidential prostitution Tuesday night. Okay, we're going to be pretty much talking about Trump and how he was assaulting women, talking about grab them by the you know what. You don't.
Room talks, Shabaka.
Huh?
That's stuff that people say in private. They don't say that in open. But the dump, he has no filter. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't go up there and tell no woman, you sit up there and announce publicly, oh, we'll just go on there and grab them. No, that's sexual assault. Some states will be. Yeah, in the third degree. And then too, in some states, he ought to be with attempted rape.
I can't stop it, y'all. Every time I say okay, it just keeps going. They really want us to find Aaliyah Chance. That's good.
Well, that's good. Hopefully they find that baby.
Ever. There's a black child missing, Lady Che. Her name is Aaliyah Chance.
Okay.
All right, so we're moving to the Chi-Town. Where's Chef Rob? Is he still with us?
No, the last communique I got here from Chef Rob said that he have to step away. So I
do want to say real quick, Brother Che, I commend you for your perseverance and commitment and dedication to continue to move forward as far as having your name on the ballot and running and campaigning to be a voice for your community. So I think that's commendable.
Thank you, sister.
It's very. I feel so proud to stand up and fight with him. It just seems so hard. Everybody always want to sit back and have the answers, but in reality, until they're put in a position like we are, it is fucking hard.
Yeah,
and
right.
Really hard to have the dominant society. And then even our people with our skin tones that are so negatively inflammatory towards them, that it feels like yesterday, I felt like he activated his defense system when he came in here and told me all about it. All of a sudden, I felt activated, and next thing you know, I was like, oh no, I was directly disrespecting everybody who was disrespecting us because I felt like give him a chance. That's all he has is a chance to tell the people what he's going to do for them at the house level. At the house level, there's a lot of things that can be accomplished for us, particularly for Black folk here. And things that be changed. And I think that sometimes, I have to wonder if sometimes everybody's just happy being under the guise of racism, white supremacy, and benign neglect.
Yeah, they just keep on picking the cotton.
Yeah, you make a good point, Lady Che. Yep. Comfortably uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the X-Men said they just want us to suffer peacefully.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
That part.
But that's a choice. That's also a choice too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is a choice. And I got off the plantation over 10 years ago. So, yeah, it is definitely a choice. There's a reason why I was unhoused all this time. It's definitely a choice. I refuse
You just got to be willing to be uncomfortable to make the change that you want, you know, to be who you want to be, or be viewed as who you want to be viewed as, to come into your own skills and ability and power. You got to be willing to be uncomfortable for a while.
Right. And Lord knows we've been uncomfortable. So moving on to we got finally, drum roll. Where's the drum roll?
I don't know. It's up to your sword.
You used to beatbox, the human beatbox. Mayor recall power in Chicago. A warning.
Good.
Now, quick update. So these mugs,
You know, I never heard that happen.
Find the Leah chance. God damn it. Find the baby. They tried to put it on the ballot for November to overturn the sanctuary city status, and punk ass Johnson and the council of aldermen, they said no. So now the voters, the black voters, shout out to them, FBA, salute to them for going against the mayor and the council and ordering a recall.
That's great news.
Right.
So now they're exercising their power to get that coon ass buffoon out of the seat.
No, that's great news. See, anytime
y'all can come on in. Now he's saying, get on out, get the hell on out of here.
Great news. Now keep in mind, people.
I got a black family to take care of. I can't deal with all the city's issues. Then you knew the job was dangerous when you signed up for it, nigga. Like, just get they should have just kept Lightfoot at this point, because he's doing worse than Lightfoot. And Lightfoot was bad.
Okay, you see, now it's getting down to the point where the rubber hits the road. You know, just like coon ass Eric Adams there and New York. Oh, and by the way, speaking of New York, y'all hear about the crazy ass bastard that set himself on fire?
Oh my God, Shabaka, yeah, I seen that stupid shit.
I said that yesterday.
Yeah, we was talking about that.
Now, I'm gonna tell you something. Anytime that you can go out there to have an individual willingly go set himself on fire behind a trick like Donald Trump, he got game.
Yeah, so the next three topics, yeah, you do.
Yeah, the dumpster got game.
Yeah, the three topics is about the Chi-Town, the Windy City.
All right.
That was founded by a black man.
By the name of Jean Ponte du Sable.
We have a street called Sable, named after him.
Mm-hmm.
In Aurora. All right, so I'm going to play that. Lisa Cabrera, shout out to her. You need to email her, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. And then also, too, Brother Che, just giving you an update. I purchased a new phone today, so I'm programming that and all that shit. And boy, and they hit me upside the head real good with it.
Oh, man.
Oh, they straight mugged my ass.
Later, unfortunately. I got to get to the studio. So, finally, the recall, the much awaited recall is underway.
Mm-hmm.
We have to set up for that. Like this. Make a black crew right.
Ladies and gentlemen, look like the residents of Chicago has had enough, and they are trying to gain the power to recall Brandon Johnson.
About fucking time.
The sitting mayor of Chicago. They want him gone.
Good.
Petition drive launched to give Chicago voters power to recall mayor. So they are trying to collect 56,464 valid signatures before August 5th.
What is that noise?
In order for this question can be on November's ballot.
There's a black.
Mayor Brandon Johnson has his hands full with the migrant crisis, the persistent robbery surge. Yeah, crime is going through the roof there, just like New York, from those migrants.
Lisa, they got certain traditions in Chicago. It was the
on
home
new
of Al
teacher
Capone for
contracts,
many
and
years.
increasingly, you know, a lot of pressure is on the city council. So now he's got another headache. A former technology salesman who lives in Lakeview has formed a political action committee to raise money and at least begin the formidable challenge of putting a binding referendum in place on November 5th ballot, asking Chicago voters whether they want the power to recall their mayor. Daniel Bolin said the recall effort is about helping and empowering the people of Chicago, not about hurting Johnson, but he acknowledged his disappointment with the mayor's performance. Just the crime. People can't go out and even go to the grocery store without getting mugged. People can't sell their tamales out on the street without getting accosted by people who are armed. These armed juvenile thugs. That's one reason that, you know, that's putting Bolin over the top. And, you know, a lot of it is the migrants, y'all. The migrant situation. And I was reading, it must have been February, somewhere around there, where some of those migrants went out and did a drive-by in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. And then remember that little baby, Trinity.
Really, the thing that motivated more than anything was the mayor had a meeting scheduled with your editorial board at the Sun-Times and then canceled it because you wouldn't go off the record. I thought that just violated every principle of honor and integrity.
Right.
So to get a recall referendum on the November ballot, he needs at least 56,464 valid signatures by August 5th. If it gets on the ballot and the question is approved in November, Chicagoans would be empowered to recall any present or future mayor. But Johnson still wouldn't be removed. Bolin would have to launch yet another petition drive collecting 122,503 valid signatures. If he clears the hurdle, Chicago voters would be empowered to recall Johnson in the next regular scheduled election of March of 2026. To me, that's too long of a wait.
Too long.
No, that's too long of a wait.
Bolin predicted an effort to recall Johnson stands a good chance. He pointed to a recent public opinion poll showing Johnson's approval rating at 20%. Wow. 20% range. Wow. That is low.
It needs to go.
And the defeat of the mayor's binding Bring Chicago Home referendum would have authorized the city council to raise the transfer tax on high-end real estate transactions to combat homelessness. People got sold a bad bill of goods. Didn't Mayor Johnson run on a platform of transparency and accountability? If he's not doing either one of those things, he's not doing his job, and we're going to hold him accountable for that. This is a wake-up call for him, Bolin said. It's apparent that he's owned the CTU. We want to make
one of the better things that I decided
later for the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Get your ass out of here. We ain't interested in this bullshit you're trying to sell. Like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News and Chicago's Black Experience Enhanced.
Him accountable We want him to cut strings and stop being a puppet for the CTU. And Johnson's political director, Christian Perry, said the mayor is not concerned about the recall effort. He is laser focused on delivering for the working class people of Chicago, Perry said. Mayor Brandon Johnson represents a movement of people who've been fighting against the status quo for some time. This is another attempt from folks who do not want to see working families and democratic ideals to be successful in the city of Chicago. That ain't it at all. The immigration problem and everything that Brandon Johnson is going above and beyond to do for these migrants, and they're having the same issues in Chicago as they are in New York. A lot of those illegals are breaking the law and they are committing crimes, and they get arrested and then get let go immediately. It's the same thing. It's the same pattern that you're seeing in New York is also going on in Chicago.
Yeah.
And the people, they had enough. And I don't blame them for feeling the way that they do in Chicago. Good for them for trying to take a stand to do something about Brandon Johnson. It's definitely long overdue. So you can see the statement of organization that was filed on April 1st of 2024. It's in the avatar. And this is the committee for the recall of Chicago Office of Mayor. So they have already filed this. So right now, the campaign is on to get the required signatures so that the question can be placed on the ballot about giving the power to the people to recall a Chicago mayor.
Man, go talk to Jesse Jackson.
So y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think. I absolutely agree with this move that they're doing in Chicago.
And support Front Line Blacc.
Go Chicago.
I was an African American. I am somebody.
Man, Brother Che, let me tell you something. Brother Aleem, he had posted up a Watch Stacks clip from 1972, right? Yeah. I was there. I was 13 years old. And I'll never forget when I saw this brother from Chicago wearing a dashiki, red, black, and green, right? Talking about, let's do this, let's do that, let's empower ourselves like that. And now this fool is going out there with Barack Obama, Al Sharpton, talking about men shove ketchup up your ass. That is disgusting. And what I would like to know is that what were some of our people during the Civil Rights Movement and the Black Empowerment era who made the ultimate sacrifice? How would they feel about this prepackaged bullshit?
I'm pretty sure they would be very irate.
Oh, I'm quite sure they will, and particularly their surviving family members. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're going to sit up there and tell me I'm supposed to be more worried about a man shoving ketchup up his ass than a damn police murdering my people? I'm supposed to be more concerned about that? You got me fucked up.
That's what that voting blue, no matter who gets you.
Yeah, pretty much. And what do you have to say on this here, Sister Akshita? You're always dropping some gems.
I'm just listening right now.
Okay. And then people, I hate to be so, how should I say, blunt about this. Listen to me, y'all. Okay, is because for the generations after me, man, they're selling you a bill of goods. Okay, what they want to do is effeminize black men and they want to emasculate black women. You see what I'm saying? This is why they shattered the black family unit. And Gloria Steinem, with you and that bullshit with that woman's lib shit, okay, and you drag black woman off into that bullshit, you did that there to split up the black family unit, ma'am. Yeah, and any of your representatives, you or whoever, can call in at 516-418-5996 in the next couple of days when we do the episode Presidential Prostitution. And by the way,
so let's look at,
it's sickening. It's sickening.
It is sickening. So if nobody has anything else to add, I'm going to move us to the next topic, which is Chicago related as well. And it is this so-called minority ally.
Hey, stop picking on my city.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Chef Rob, God damn it.
Chef Rob.
What are your thoughts?
Well, keep in mind, Chef Rob, I was born in Crook County too.
I was conceived there. I was conceived in North Chicago, but yeah.
Wait a minute, you was on the north side of Chicago, Brother Jay?
I was conceived in Waukegan, Chicago.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's Waukegan, Illinois. That's his own separate city.
Yeah, far north.
Yeah. Yeah, you was almost up there, man, by the outlaws, man, because, hey, Chef Rob, how far is Milwaukee from Chi-Town, man?
It's like 110 miles, something like that.
Oh, okay, so you can make that trip, man, in 2 hours. Okay, yeah, definitely a shout out there to Dr. Barnes and his crew, the outlaws.
But I don't go up there. I don't go to, I had a stint in the Army when I was, I had to do like reserve duty. And I had to go up to like Fort McCoy, far north, and driving through Wisconsin. I was like, man, I only been to Milwaukee one time, and then coming up to Wisconsin, I hate going up there because every time I go up there, it's some racist shit. So.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounds like the Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
Wild Wild West.
Chef Rob,
Chef Rob, welcome back. What are your thoughts on the recall of punk ass Johnson?
Enlighten us on that, Chef.
I haven't really a lot of stuff. I don't really know too much about it. I know that one of the groups I support is trying to bring a grocery store, and then Johnson. I got there a little bit late, and then was talking to him and stuff, and some of the stuff he was saying about what they're trying to do in Chicago. Yeah, I can get on to it. And like I think I told you guys before, I'm not mad at the immigrants. I'm mad at politicians to a point, but I'm also mad at black folks for not going ahead and pooling your resources and building your own shit. And let me explain to you why I say that. Because I remember a few years back when they were closing the post offices here, and I seen how one of the meetings they had in Chinatown, and I seen how the politicians was running over there to shake their hands, and they knew all of them. I was like, look, that shit fucked my head up. So. And that's why I say, we being black in America, period. You ain't gonna hardly get shit until you can go ahead and fuck with their bottom line. And I started thinking about Martin Luther King and the bus boycott and how it affected them. So we need to go ahead and do some stuff, man. And I mean, talk about this dude, but need to talk about economics, because a lot.
Absolutely.
Claude Anderson talks about it. Amos Wilson, a bunch of other individuals talk about it, but a lot of people ain't being about it. And so that's why you're going to still have these problems, even police brutality, and just like the shit with my cousin, you're going to continue to have them until you go ahead and stop fucking with them and start going ahead and pulling your own resources. Dr. John Henry Clark said, "Hey, look, build some stuff. Go ahead, make some socks. You're still buying your stocks from white folks." So as long as you go ahead and put money into they coffers, their kids are gonna go ahead and educate your kids, and then you're gonna be treated like shit. And then the police gonna tell you, hey, look, we need more resources, so they're gonna bring more white cops in to go ahead and police black folks. Man, stop fucking with these goddamn people. Leave them fucking people over there. Keep an eye on them, but leave them over there and start dealing with concentrating on where you live and build up the economics in your neighborhood.
Well, it was my understanding that they did in parts of Chicago do that. In the city, commandeered their community center and turned it into a homeless shelter for the illegals.
Yeah.
Amundsen Park.
Yeah. That's not too far from me.
Okay.
That's not too far from me. I kind of went near there and seeing people walking around with signs and stuff, but I didn't go to some of the actual areas. It's like, I like I said, the thing should be like the bus boycotts. Stop fucking spending your goddamn money with these people and start going ahead and building your own stuff. Because the meeting I was in dealing with what Johnson was dealing with, going ahead bringing the grocery stores to the food deserts here, and that's what I had been part of. I stepped away from them because they're taking too long. Other people popping up and doing stuff. So that's what I'm trying to do under my foundation.
Well, we had a similar situation here in Denver, Chef Rob, where there was a whole initiative launched against us. All because that's all we wanted was a grocery store in our neighborhood, and now we got a vacant lot, a dog park, a big ass dog park that's gated off, and can't nobody use.
Let me show you something, brother. To go ahead and deal with, because the group I was dealing with made me walk away. Was I put something on the table? Okay, they talking about getting this place was like, I think it was like 20,000, maybe 30,000 square feet, or maybe bigger. So I'm telling them, I said, man, why are you going ahead and trying to shoot for something like that when you should be trying to go ahead and teach people at a lower level? Start with something small. You can go ahead and deal with going ahead and selling fruits and vegetables and whatever and meat out of the trunk of your car. So
they hit us with the permit, Chef Rob. They don't hit the illegals with the permit, but they hit us with the permit and the business license.
Okay, and
I don't know. I have to go ahead and like, dude. They deal with the permit. They push the permits on a lot of them, but it's the permits. I got a problem with the permits because they came up with different deals with the permits and all this other stuff, and they're like those food carts that individuals was having. Like before the immigrants came here, it was like most of them was like Mexicans with these food carts. So. They had been on them for a long time, and then somebody pulled the coattails of the people at City Hall here and told them, hey, look, you're going to have to go ahead and ease the restrictions because those people are actually contributing to the economy. So you have to go ahead and have businesses. And your money has to go ahead and you're letting people know, hey, look, we're gonna go ahead and circulate this money here and help create other businesses. So if you have a little small shop, you need to go ahead and go to the other shop to go ahead and get to another store, get your bags. That's another way you can go ahead and do something. Get your containers, your place to go ahead and store the stuff. These are things that we need to be concentrated on. And like, I ain't gonna say leading people along, but keep an eye on them and start building up your own stuff.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, most definitely, man. And I think that there was one of the points of the Black Panther Party, man. The cooperative economics, man. And I don't have the book. Because I think
a key component to this whole thing.
Yeah,
we don't have the cohesiveness that we had during the government boycott.
Yeah, we don't have no cohesiveness no more. See, we lost all of our cohesiveness. I've seen it happen in Chicago. I've seen it happen in Los Angeles as well, too. Just like when you look at this music that they pushing up out of L.A., man, the rap industry, killing niggas, shooting niggas.
Now, Shabaki, with this drill shit. This drill shit got these kids wilding heavy.
Yeah.
They don't stupid ass drive-bys behind this shit, and these motherfuckers that's doing this shit ain't even doing this shit. They ain't really living under the shit they talking about.
So I agree with when times I heard that. Hey, look, it's not just the kids. Okay, so I say it's like more like it's a certain percentage of the kids, but it's more the parents. Okay, and how are you going to let your kid go ahead and do it? Your parents need to be held accountable for some of these.
Right.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'm a vet. I'm a former soldier. I also spent a couple of years in the Navy, so I did military time. And these kids need their boots kicked. That's what they need. They need that kind of stuff.
Good old ass kicking. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Chef Rob.
And then also too, Chef Rob, to prove both y'all's point even further. This is why you got to have some righteous black manhood stand up in the black community, because see, just like the old TV
yesterday, Shabaka, at that crazy ass town hall I attended. We asked the youth, what can we do for y'all? What do y'all need from us? And that's exactly what they said.
Yeah, and then you got to have the two parents in the home. Okay, and then black men has got to step up to the plate is because you remember Diamond Reynolds? You remember Diamond Reynolds, Sister Akshita?
No, I don't actually.
Okay, I'm gonna remind you guys. You remember when Philando Castile got murdered by Yanez?
That was my homeboy's cousin, by the way.
Okay, condolences. And Diamond Reynolds had went inside the courthouse, and I guess she gave her version of what happened. Is because the cold part about it is Ms. Reynolds did a live feed. I did see the live feed, and then Ms. Reynolds had went into the courthouse, and when she came out of the courthouse in front of the press, she broke down. She says, "Where the hell are you black men at? They are assassinating us."
Well, here, let me show you something. Having two parents in the home.
Hold on, y'all. We'll never get to the clip. I love the history. I love it, but we will never get to the clip. So this is
and this is gonna be the last story I could do, Brother Che, on this energy that they zapping me on with that bullshit that I told you about.
And you're gonna miss this the Charles Barkley and Gayle King show getting canceled. All right,
man.
So this
okay, I gotta stay for that.
Shows up at the damn city council meeting. Oh no, that was something else. This is basically a clip of the city council meeting in Chicago, y'all. And you can hear what the people are telling Johnson and how he's not listening to the black Chicagoans, but he's listening to these other groups. So our brother City Hip Hop here, brother Tony, who's originally from Chicago, but he's in LA now.
He has my sympathy.
Bring back Harold Washington.
I know he was a shiznit from what I heard.
Yeah. I heard Harold Washington, man. Yeah. He was getting things done in Chicago, and then they said, man, Washington died of a heart attack.
Harold Washington, he's the one that
he was assassinated.
He ushered in.
He was the mayor in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. Chef Rob, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it was in the 80s, 80s, and about that time I was in California.
Oh, okay. Because I could have swore that when I was in Chicago, man, wait a minute. Yeah, that was 83 when I was in Chicago. And and I saw him on TV speaking. He was doing a State of the City address. Yeah.
Yeah, and look up how he died. He died alone in his office. Okay, so
how convenient.
Yeah, and that was wait a minute, that's crazy because I seen individuals having heart attacks and they called out for help. And so you can see something wrong with him. So what? Nobody around? What happened to his staff and security? Come on,
right?
That's what I mean by how convenient.
The aggression with which Joe Biden answered that question, and I want us to compare it to what our friend, our buddy, our pal, our comrade, the white liberal, how he addressed black folks who are booing him as well. So let's get into that. Let me play this from Joe Biden.
Do you support reparations?
Look, let me, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America, and we should invest in them. Everybody will benefit from it, every single American, and you should get used to it. This is a nation of immigrants. That's who we are. That's why we're who we are. That's what makes us different, and we should invest in it.
Thank you, Mr. Biden. Senator Klobuchar, you have your hand up.
Get used to it. Get used to it. We are a nation of immigrants, and we're going to invest in them.
Hey, man, fuck
if
Joe Biden and fuck every motherfucker
And you should get used to it. This is a
And
nation of immigrants. That's who we are. That's why we're who we are. That's what makes us different, and we should invest in it.
Can I say something, please?
No,
Biden has spoken.
Get to the clip.
Biden has spoken, and so has our white liberal friend that I'm going to pull up for you right now. And as I'm pulling it up, there are 420 of you in the stream. Please hit the like button if you haven't.
And
already.
like and subscribe
that.
to Front Line Blacc News.
Thanks for the plug, Shabaki.
Hello, and thank you for taking my public comment. My name is Kirby Callan, and I am an organizer in the 32nd Ward, where I focus on expanding public access to mental health care, housing, and public safety. I'd like to start my comment by addressing the Godzilla in the room, and by that, I of course mean affordable housing. The Finance Committee endorsed the proposal for $1.25 billion for affordable housing over the next 5 years. So much of life as a Chicagoan these days is defined by the transient nature of constantly moving every year or two because you can no longer live in the community you want to place roots. And so we need to build affordable housing. Let's borrow money, let's cut some tape and build more affordable housing units across this city with speed and safety. I also want to address the substitute order to change the future of ShotSpotter to a ward-by-ward basis. We cannot do this. We need to cancel the ShotSpotter contract and discontinue its use citywide. An aldermanic discretion of shot.
I want to stop right there. From my understanding, because there was no ShotSpotter back in my day when I was growing up, right? There was no ShotSpotter in Chicago. But from my understanding, ShotSpotter, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the live chat, all my Chicago people that are in.
Yeah, and please correct us if he's wrong.
ShotSpotter is essentially this camera that sits on top of a pole, not a light pole. And upon a gunshot going off, it immediately clicks on. It clicks on, starts recording, and it grabbed you. It grabbed you. It got the person who shot the gun. It's recording everything. If I'm not mistaken, that is what ShotSpotter is. As soon as the gun goes bang, click, it's on, and it's capturing everything that's around, right? ShotSpotter, by and large, if I'm not mistaken, which I don't believe that I am, is largely in underserved Black communities, we'll say. We'll just say that. Underserved Black neighborhoods. And when he said we need to get rid of ShotSpotter, the boos that you heard, mind you, this is a white liberal. The white liberal is telling the mayor, you need to get rid of ShotSpotter out of these Black neighborhoods because it's discriminatory against them and it's a waste of money, right? But the actual Black residents who live in that neighborhood and those neighborhoods and that are at the city council meeting are booing because they want it there. They want ShotSpotter there. They don't want to get rid of it. This is part of their crime prevention method. This is part of the deterrent of gun violence. Now, one can argue how well of a job it's doing. That's one thing, but the point is that they want it. These Black folks there want it there. And you have a white liberal that's telling Black folks what they do and don't need in their own neighborhood. Go figure. I'm pretty sure where he lives, there is no ShotSpotter. And I'm pretty sure where he lives, there's no need for it. And I'm pretty sure where he lives, whatever oppression that's happening to Black folks because of ShotSpotter has nothing to do with him and his children where he lives. But he's telling you what you do and don't need in your neighborhood. And it's smug when you have the audacity to
programming We the People. We got We the People in here, y'all.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But it gets better. It gets better. Let's keep going.
ShotSpotter would lead to a patchwork across the city.
Rewind it back just a little bit.
Not do this. We need to cancel the ShotSpotter contract and discontinue its use citywide. An aldermanic discretion of ShotSpotter would lead to a patchwork across the city of profiling, oppression, and aggression. If we are truly to believe...
What does he know about profiling, aggression, and oppression? You're a white liberal. You don't even live in those neighborhoods where ShotSpotter is. I'm getting actually upset. That's why you had slamming. I'm slamming the mouse on my desk right now because the audacity is crazy.
Yeah, the audacity.
Our white liberal ally telling you what you do and don't need in your neighborhood.
That's John Hendrick Clark.
That policing can fight crime. We don't need to be expending their resources on something that leads to 85% of the time to incidents where there's no evidence of a gun crime, 90% of the time with no evidence of a crime at all. ShotSpotter wastes our resources and puts those that are most vulnerable at risk of being profiled and damaged by.
He's white.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
And the thing is understand there's nothing wrong with non-black people taking up, in my opinion, right? There's nothing wrong with non-black people taking up a cause that they feel would do justice by Black Americans or anybody else, right? There's nothing wrong with that in a genuine sense of wanting to help and assist. But that's not what this is. That's not what this is. Clearly, they want it in their neighborhoods, Black Chicagoans, especially the ones that are in the city council meeting. Clearly, they want it.
Yeah, we got shots.
And this
here too.
white liberal ally, who's our friend, is telling you, yeah, you don't need it. It's actually oppressing you. You might not realize you're oppressed, but I know that you're oppressed. And I'm telling you that you don't need it because it's oppressing you. And I know what's oppressing you more than you do. Go figure. Go figure.
Recordings just got better.
Commercials.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that.
Let me check on Shabaka. Shabaka, are you still with us?
Yes, sir, I am. And I'm gonna have to call it a night after this one right here. Okay, is that they got them shot spotters, man, as he was saying in Chicago, parts of Los Angeles, up in Panther Town as well too. Okay, and keep in mind with this artificial intelligence, man, it is very, very easy, to fabricate cases, against people. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, because see, the thing is, you have to look at, man, is that the police, okay, they get paid, off their what do they call that? On the number of arrests that they made.
Oh, quota.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah, that's the word that I was looking for right there. So they got a quota to fulfill. So therefore, if dude is getting low on his quota, man, he'll go up there and fabricate a goddamn case, man. I mean, they do the shit, man, in Los Angeles all the fucking time. They do it in Chicago, New York. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then keep in mind, folks, you do not have to be guilty to be arrested.
Right.
Understand? It says because they look at, well, how many they arrest, their arrest reports. Okay, now you got to go in there and count the convictions. You see what I mean? And that's why, like, when I get that bullshit, go serve jury duty, hey, man, I can't do it as a matter of moral consciousness. Straight out. I cannot do it as a matter of moral consciousness.
I did it one time, and that was crazy. I got off.
They rejected me right away.
Oh, okay, yeah, right on.
Oh, yeah, they rejected me too, but it wasn't right away. They rejected me.
Yeah, because see, now what they do in California, y'all, they say, because at first, man, you used to be able to call the jury pool up, right, and say, scratch me off the list. Now, after when they had the goddamn Rampart scandal, right, okay, I get jury duty, right, okay, so I call them up, and I think I was living near Pasadena. I was still in LA County, but I was not in the city of Los Angeles. So I called up the jury office. I says, look, man, you all going to have to excuse me. Well, why is that? It's because with the Rampart scandal, I cannot go in there, man, and look at this trumped up bullshit ass evidence and have some lying ass district attorney trying to hit his quota to have somebody fall and vote this person guilty. I can't do it. So thank you, Rampart scandal, for there's my damn reasonable doubt right there. Well, sir, that there's in a city of Los Angeles. You're there near Pasadena. I says, lady, is Pasadena in the county of Los Angeles? Yes, it is. Okay, once the fuck again, read my lips right there. Okay, good night, Akshita. Okay, thank you for joining us, sister.
Good night, Akshita. Thank you for coming on.
Okay, and then after this, I got to lay it down as well too. We the people. Yeah. Okay, because
police. And I also want to spend time speaking on the migrant funding. This is a crisis across our city, but it is not because of the immigrants. It is because of our lack of allocation of resources. This migrant crisis is a resource crisis, and we need vast resources to protect our new community members. 70 million. Hey, you can fight it as much as you want, but it's true. These are our neighbors. These are now a part of our communities. Immigrants are a basis for our future as a city. Ever since
you can fight all you want. You can boo and be mad, and you can fight all that you want, but
and you should get used to it. This is a nation of immigrants. That's who we are. That's why we're who we are. That's what makes us different, and we should invest in them.
He literally sounds like Joe Biden. He's like, yeah, I mean, you can fight all you want, blacks. You can get boo all you want, be upset all you want to, but hey, this is what we're doing, buddy. This is what it is. This is what it is. Telling you.
Hey, you can fight it as much as you want, but it's true. These are now a part of our communities. Immigrants are our future as a city. Ever since the beginning to now, immigrants are the lifeblood of this city. We need to support them, not just in the 70 millimeter, but to address the future of this city. We need investments in affordable housing, public access to mental health care. So
stop right there. I want to go back to what I said earlier when the first guy was talking, and I didn't want to.
No, the goddamn politician advocating this bullshit needs mental health care.
White liberal pal. Look at how he is so gung-ho about affordable housing for
who? Not for you. Money.
Not for you. Before there was a migrant crisis, he wasn't stomping the ground for affordable housing.
Hell no.
Now that there's this so-called man-made migrant crisis,
the ground for
of which he's all for, we need to hurry up and speed up and put this money into affordable housing so that we can house these people. Not the citizens, not you who need it, not you who've been dying for it.
Right.
Desperate for affordable housing. No, not you. He wants it for them. You can leave. If you don't like it, get out of here. If you don't like it, you can leave. That's essentially what he's telling you without actually saying it. You can leave. What we're going to do, what we're going to do here. Our new neighbors are here to stay. And we need to speed up the affordable housing situation right now. We need to go ahead and Brandon Johnson build this affordable housing up so that we can get these migrants in there. And for those of you who are booing, you don't want shot spotter, you don't want more money going into the migrant crisis, all you bitter blacks, well, you can get out of here. This is your white liberal ally telling you this.
Okay, gotcha.
Our friends, allegedly.
So that these people are protected and ensure that they can are the lifeblood of this city, and we need to support them, not just in the 70 millimeter, but to address the future of this city. We need investments in affordable housing, public access to mental health care, so that these people are protected and ensure that they can live in Chicago in a community that is vibrant, depending not only them, but the connections within the community. $70 million is a great way to start, but it's not enough. It's possible for us to not spend enough on migrant funding. It is not possible for us to spend it's not possible for us to spend too much. We're spending too little. Let's expand the money for migrants. They need our support. They're not going anywhere. We are a welcoming city. We're going to stay that way. So let's make sure they are protected.
He told you, didn't he? He said there's no such thing as too much money. 70 million is a good start. Our white liberal buddy, our white liberal pal, our white ally, white liberal Democrat progressive, and don't come in my stream or in the comment afterwards saying, oh, you don't understand how politics works. Democrats are different from liberals, and liberals are different from progressives, and progressives are disgruntled Democrats in general. Okay, so they're all the same. Because Brandon Johnson is a progressive, as well as all of his progressive allies in the city council with him. At least half of the city council are his allies. They're all progressives. And guess what? They all take their marching orders from the DNC. So miss me with that. Oh, the progressives aren't the same thing as liberals, and liberals aren't the same thing as... Shut up. Shut up. Seriously, shut up. It's all the same. At best, an independent progressive that doesn't necessarily associate with himself with the Democrat is just a disgruntled Democrat. They're all the same.
Right.
They're all the same. Literally all the same. And this is how they do you. Listen to how he's talking.
Over 10 years.
Listen to how your ally, your buddy, your pal is talking to you. The same way Joe Biden did, with the same level of aggression, the same sarcasticness, the same authority.
They're the ones that really need to go.
Authority.
I agree with
you. He told you they're not going anywhere. They're here to stay. $70 million. That's a good start, but it's not enough. There's no such thing as too much. We need to give them more money, as much as possible, and do everything that we can to make sure that they have what they need to thrive in this city. And if you don't like it, that are Black folks, you can leave. You can leave. That's your liberal ally who told you that.
And you should get used to it. This is a nation of immigrants. That's who we are. That's why we're who we are. That's what makes us different, and we should invest in it.
Facts.
I'm on the couch.
Facts, Biden. Facts.
I'm on the couch.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does the serpent? What, and not only that, but why is the serpent's punishment?
Fuck this trick. Fuck
big
him.
Facts. Now, before we get to the next individual who's coming up next, and I think I'm gonna have to skip him for the sake of time, and I don't want to skip him, and I'll explain to you why in a moment. But for the sake of time, we're already 28 minutes in. I think I'm gonna have to skip over this guy. But anyways, I'm rambling, thinking out loud when I should just be saying the stuff in my head while I'm still doing the show. There's 642 viewers right now. Please hit the like button. I would really appreciate that. That would help with the growth of the channel. It really does. And also, I just want to give my thank yous to those who are supporting the channel right now, because you guys are the lifeblood of the channel. Without your support, I don't exist. Shout out to Apex Prowler. Apex Prowler stated, America has hundreds of old ghost towns. Why has the government, Republicans and Democrats, not looked into mixing up those towns? Salute.
Yep.
Yeah, there's ghost towns all over this country. You know, there's ghost towns all over the state of Illinois.
Yep.
Want to prop them up somewhere? You're just not going to get rid of them. Okay, well, we'll fix up the ghost town. You go over there. You know, I don't see anything wrong with that outside of deportation. That's the number one thing. But if you're not going to deport, go to the ghost town. Go do it over there. Go do it over there. AR Smitty, thank you. AR Smitty said, did he mean to say
that's why I'm on the couch,
like the nation of illegal immigrants? That's a correction. You did that there. You know, I appreciate the correction. That's what he should have said.
No,
he should have said. Shout out to Quantum Mania. Quantum Mania stated, pretty sure the illegals will be the ones that have firearms via the cartels. Hence, let's get rid of shot spotters. I mean, we'll see how that works out moving forward. There was that story that I did that happened in Chicago. What was it, about a month ago, about that Venezuelan migrant, air quotes migrant, who got out of his car and shot and killed another Hispanic woman. He killed a Hispanic woman. She wasn't Venezuelan, by the way, either. I don't remember if she was Mexican or whatnot, but it was I suspected that was cartel business. In the original video when I talked about it, I feel like that was cartel business. A grown man hopping out of his car at 2 o'clock in the morning and gunning down a woman who's walking alone. That sounds like cartel business to me.
No,
he don't know. We'll see how things carry on moving forward. For the sake of time, I'm gonna have to skip this guy here. I wanted to play what he had to say, but because I like this guy too. Just so you get a close up, he's actually a YouTuber out of Chicago. I forgot what his real name is, but he goes by the YouTube name of Ford Boss Me. I like his videos. You know, he talks a lot about illegal immigration and whatnot. Some of you might know who Ford Boss Me is. You know, he speaks a lot about that, but then when he's not talking about, you know, the migrant crisis, if I'm not mistaken, his actual specialty and what he does for a living is he's a mechanic. So he's like fixing cars and, you know, Fords and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He's showing you how to fix things. But outside of fixing stuff on his YouTube channel, he discusses the migrant crisis a lot. And I like listening to him. He has a really good channel. So go ahead and check him out. We're not going to, I don't have time to actually play what he has to say, unfortunately. But yeah, shout out to Ford Boss Me. Shout out to him. I really want to get to this woman right here because what she had to say was sad. It was really sad, actually. It was really sad. So I'm going to play that for you right now.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Good afternoon to the city of Chicago. I am P. Ray of the 37th Ward. Chicago Red is our organization. Because we started this session with a prayer, I want to start my comment with the scripture. 1 Timothy 5:8 says, "But if any provide not for his own, and specifically for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel." So I want to talk to y'all today about not going to hell. In the 37th Ward, there was a family, the Jones family. Amarie Jones was standing in her family building that they've owned for 40 years, doing a TikTok dance with her mother. A bullet came through the window, hit her in the neck. She fell to the ground in front of her mother and bled to death. A month ago on the Chicago mugshot page, her mother was on that page. Her mother had on her daughter's rest in peace t-shirt. She washed it so many times that it was completely faded out. She was completely high out of her mind, and the charge was possession. Now, the first $51 million that this council gave to the migrants came from the opioid settlement funds. I am here on behalf of the Jones family, on behalf of the 37th Ward, on behalf of Black Chicago, on behalf of the entire city, to ask you all to vote no and put that money back in the opioid settlement fund. We need that money in my neighborhood. We need that on my block. That woman should not be at Cook County Jail because she's grieving over a random act of violence that caused her to lose her child in front of her face, when the city of Chicago has millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to give to people who ain't paid a dime into the tax base.
Do you hear what she's saying?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear the story that she just told?
Yeah, she merely stated facts.
I have a son, right? He's 10 years old. Most of you know that already. I've talked about him on and off. So for me, when I hear stuff like that, it hits me a little different than how it might hit other people, or how it might hit you if your children are like adults already and they've been adults for some time now. This woman was doing a TikTok dance with her daughter in the living room. A bullet came through, and mind you, the white liberal, that's the guy that wants to get rid of Spot Shotter, right? A bullet came through, hit her daughter in the neck while they were doing a TikTok dance. She bled out and died in front of her mom. Her mom unable to deal with it, and Lord knows I don't, and most of us who are parents feel this, knock on wood, if anything were to ever happen to my son, there's literally no reason for me to exist anymore. I don't need to be here. I don't need to be here. There's no reason for T to exist on planet Earth at that point if my son's not here with me. So that's I feel that's how I feel. So I understand, therefore, what has now happened to this woman in her struggle to cope with that. She has fallen into drugs. Mm-hmm. And instead of getting the help that she needs, she went to jail over it. Mm-hmm. And has her mugshot circulated through a newspaper. Meanwhile, the funds that were supposed to be allocated and in place to help her is going to illegal immigrants participating in this mass asylum fraud orchestrated by Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. That is so criminal. That is so criminal. And as she's sitting up here articulating this and discussing this, Emperor Brandon Johnson, he's just sitting there with his hands in his pocket. He can give a doggone about what this woman is saying. Y'all know I don't like to curse. I don't curse on this channel. Family channel.
Well, call
he could care less. He could care less. All those aldermen, they could care less. Emperor Brandon Johnson could care less about what she's saying. And for that matter, when anybody's talking about that's coming up there to air their grievances out. He can care less. There's about maybe 30 more seconds left in what she's saying. I'm going to play it out, and then we're going to close out today's stream. Let me rewind it back just a little bit.
Up the commercial out of Front Line Blacc.
It's horrible, man. That is horrible.
A bullet came through the window, hit her in the neck. She fell to the ground in front of her mother and bled to death. A month ago on the Chicago mugshot page, her mother was on that page. Her mother had on her daughter's Rest in Peace t-shirt. She washed it so many times that it was completely faded out. She was completely high, out of her mind, and the charge was possession. Now, the first $51 million that this council gave to the migrants came from the opioid settlement funds. I am here on behalf of the Jones family, on behalf of the 37th Ward, on behalf of Black Chicago, on behalf of the entire city, to ask you all to vote no and put that money back in the opioid settlement fund. We need that money in my neighborhood. We need that on my block. That woman should not be at Cook County Jail because she's grieving over a random act of violence that caused her to lose her child in front of her face, when the city of Chicago has millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to give to people who ain't paid a dime into the tax base. We've been in my building for 52 years. We about to pay some more taxes. The Jones family has been in their building for 45 years, paying taxes every year on time. So I'm asking y'all to use our tax money for our people. We need it. We got people leaning, we got people rocking, we got overdosing, we got pass out lines. You live on the west side, Mayor Johnson, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We need the money for us. We need opioid treatment on the west side of Chicago. We are the headquarters of the cartel, and everybody in here knows it. They selling more drugs than the law can allow, and y'all giving money back to them because they traffic those people up here, so we paying them going and coming. Absolutely not. We pay too much. It costs too much money to live in this city. Help Wanda Jones. Help every other grieving mother who feels like she has to go get high to get over the loss of her child. This is a woman who lived in that house. She still sleeps in that living room where her daughter passed out and bled to death. So I'm asking y'all to say no, put these people on the back burner, and put the money back in the opioid fund. We need that money. Thank y'all.
Okay.
Hold on, Sephora.
The money that's needed to deal with everything that woman just articulated is going to Biden's migrants. $1 billion has been spent, slashed, and committed so far.
Yeah.
And to date, Brandon Johnson has spent / committed only $1 million to be broken down between 4 neighborhoods as situations like this occur, where he himself also wants to get rid of Spot Shotter the same way his white liberal pal, and our white liberal pal,
Hey, my
speaking on
pal.
Black folks in Chicago's behalf as well, telling them what they do and don't need.
I have white friendlies.
Take that woman's story into consideration, and you tell me. I think they need Spot Shotter where she's at. It sounds like they need Spot Shotter. White liberal says no, you don't need it. That's what he said. He said you don't need it. Sounds like they do when horrific things like that are happening. Sounds like they need Spot Shotter. It sounds like they need funds going into these neighborhoods for drug prevention and things of that nature, but it's not.
Right.
Our white liberal friend, you know, our ally who cares so much about Black folks, white liberal / Democrat progressive, he said 70 million isn't enough. We need to spend even more money. There's no such thing as too much. Wherever you got to get it from, even if you're getting it from programs and money that was allocated to help people like the woman she just discussed, even if you had that money that was going to them, snatch it out of that community and give it to Biden's migrants.
Right.
So now the only question is that come November and moving forward, really, are the people of Chicago going to move differently as it pertains to their votes?
I would hope so.
Are they going to move differently?
You can
That's yet to be seen. I hope they do. I hope they do. But we just have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. With all that being said, that does it for today's stream. I want to thank you all for joining me today.
Yeah, this is Front Line Blacc News. All right, Chef Rob.
Okay, man. It's honestly, it's a lot of this bullshit. But let me go back to when I first wanted to go ahead and make a comment when Joe Biden said that we're a nation of immigrants. Hell, last time I checked, my ancestors didn't. Most of them, I'll say, didn't migrate to the United States. They were forced to come to this motherfucker. So
or they were already here.
Yeah, well, you know I'll deal with. Will and I can deal with that on another time. But let me make my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
That a lot of our ancestors were here, as you say, which I push back and don't disagree. But a lot of them went and changed. Okay, so you haven't dealt with that issue. Okay,
right.
Then to gloss over what he said, you know, that's some nonsense. So, but this whole stuff about everybody's upset about them, it's a couple of things that people ain't even looking into. One, again, you got to go ahead and come back and deal with the government. You ain't too many people dealing with how those people or why those people would like to leave their home and make the dangerous trek to come to America. Ain't nobody looking at, hey, how the U.S. had a hand in fucking up their country.
Yeah, I know that. Me and you know that. But yeah, your average American citizen know that. No, none of that.
So we go ahead and we got to go ahead and deal with, okay, now this is a big problem. The migrants. So what was the issue before the migrants came here? Why we didn't have jobs and why we didn't have adequate housing and stuff like that? I ain't hearing none of them go ahead and go back.
Bailed out the banks.
Exactly. So I'm not hearing them go ahead and say, hey, look, it would make me feel a lot better. It's like this is a pattern to go ahead and fuck over black folks or put us on the back burner. Because here in Chicago, I remember when they closed 54 schools.
Mm-hmm.
Really? So and I'm gonna come back to the school stuff because I want to hit this shot spotter. I don't think you need that shit. I think that's money wasted. That's money that could be put in the programs to go ahead and help people. Same thing with Chicago, going ahead and hiring this massive amount of cops. You don't need that shit. More bullets on the fucking street is really going to solve the problem? Never. No. Never, ever, ever, ever. So they trying to convince you that we need more cops. And then you go ahead and find out a lot of these cops never had no business becoming cops.
Right.
So they're adding more to the fucking problem. Deal with the other shit. And the biggest thing is you have to go ahead and pool your resources because they wouldn't come fucking with you if you had money. You don't hear a lot of shit about the Chinese. You don't hear about them motherfuckers going through something similar than what we're going through. You don't hear that shit because they go ahead and they're putting money under the table in their pockets. I live in the 37th ward. I wasn't going to say that, but I live in the 37th, Lord. Been a part this motherfucker off and on for a long goddamn time. And a lot of shit I see here it's a lot of racist bullshit here. And you ain't dealing with that stuff. You don't want to deal with the school situation, job opportunities, even the fucking hospitals is fucked up. And my head was about to explode listening to some of that stuff because y'all just going ahead and not dealing with real stuff. So let's see, what would you do? What are you going to go ahead and do? What's the plan? Well, once you go ahead and say, okay, well, we kicked the migrants out. So then what's you going to do? Go back to the same fucking bullshit? You ain't going to do a goddamn thing. All y'all going to do is fucking talk. You ain't going to go ahead and say, hey, look, what about a black-owned bank? Do you know when they go ahead and talk about black-owned banks, how much bullshit that is? They still subject to the same fucking restrictions as another fucking bank. But it's supposed to be a black-owned bank. My grandfather's cousin was running Seaway Bank. That was a black-owned bank. But still, they gave you a lot more fucking bullshit and restrictions to go ahead and get a business loan. So all this stuff is just a lot of goddamn nonsense. You know, they ain't dealing with real issues. Economics will get these motherfuckers off your back, and you ain't got to fucking worry about these goddamn people. Deal with some other stuff, man. Like go ahead and getting these politicians to bring prices down. They can do that. Rent's fucking crazy. It's a small group of people who own a lot of fucking housing units here.
Yeah, one motherfuckers, Chef Rob, he was talking about, oh, I'm gonna open up all my properties to the migrants. They come right on in.
Hold on, bro. Listen, just like I got a nonprofit. when you got a nonprofit, you get people tax breaks. What you think gonna happen when they go ahead and bring the migrants in? You think they doing it out of kindness of their heart? No, they're gonna get money from City Hall.
Yep.
So tell the truth and go ahead and don't rearrange the facts and distort the truth. Tell the whole fucking story. And I don't. None of them, even that one with the hat on, she talking shit. Danny Davis, Congressman Danny Davis, his grandson got shot and killed. And what did he fucking do? Shot and killed in his home. And I think Danny Davis was close by. And what the fuck happened? They ain't changed no gun laws. They ain't changed a whole lot of shit. People, a lot of motherfuckers out here running around here doing stupid nonsense for several reasons, right? It's the lack of business opportunities, but then that lack of education, and you got individuals going here like Shabaka was saying, hey, look, it's you have to blame it on the entertainment business to a point. What happened to your fucking parents?
Right.
So it's a lot of stuff here. It's just a bunch of nonsense. And I'm listening to them, man. I had been to a couple of meetings, and some of my questions got me tapped on the shoulder and asked, hey, look, can I talk to you in the hallway?
Oh,
yeah. So it's like, and I wasn't the only one, so I didn't feel bad. So it's a group of individuals. It was like, okay, I was one of them. Put me, I'm going to stand over there. We can't let you back in the meeting. You're kind of being a little disruptive. You get your house nigga ass away the fuck away.
Right.
I don't want to hear that shit when these babies out here dying. When you go here, you got motherfuckers, you got people out here, men and women, willing to sell their kids for drugs. It's retarded. So y'all saying all this bullshit, but you ain't attacking some real issues. It's economics. If you go ahead and look at this country as a whole, 3% of the businesses is owned, 3% of businesses owned in America is owned by black folks. That's 3%. Yeah. Less than 3%. I'll even go ahead and give you 5%, but that's still a ridiculous ass number. And majority of them are owned by black women. Yeah. So if you want to go ahead and put more money into this kind of shit and put more money into more bullets, this fucking system, that shot smaller shit. I saw some where that shit is not accurate at all. Okay. It's like about I think I'll look it back. I'll look it up and go back and check. I don't remember if the number is like 12% or 20%, but the shit is not accurate. So it's just more motherfucking money wasted. And then you're overpaying these motherfucking fat ass cops. And I'll say that. Fat ass cops, you're overpaying these bastards. It's like, man, that's money you go ahead and put out here in the fucking street. And if you complain about your budget, let's start with right here, the alderman, the city hall, the mayor. Let's go ahead and cut your fucking pay in half. Let's get goddamn cops. Let's cut your pay in half. Get rid of some of these fucking punk ass judges. They going ahead and fucking over people's lives. So you're not dealing with attacking the real issues. You're just going ahead and dealing with some of the symptoms. So they need to shut the fuck up with that bullshit.
I concur, Chef Rob. I concur. But yeah, they're very frustrated with the shit.
Let me show you something. I pointed out to this brother today, today, when we was talking about, hey, look, a little further south from where I stay, I was doing pop-up restaurants, and then I eventually bought a restaurant and had 2 restaurants on the south side. So I'm on the west side. So a friend of mine came to me and said, hey, look, man, I got these young brothers that come over and be asking me for jobs, but they're on papers. They're on probation. Could you go ahead and help them out? At least go ahead and help them with their community hours. Okay, yeah. So a lot of times I was always asking them, what you got locked up for? And a lot of them got locked up for drugs. Okay. And when I asked one specific question, you selling yayo, you selling heroin. Do you even know where that shit come from? And out of the fucking, I guess like 5 of them at the time, none of them knew where that shit came from.
No.
They didn't know where that shit came from. So
Afghanistan.
Yeah, so you got to go ahead and look at, okay, where that shit come from. So how the fuck is it getting in the country?
We ain't got no planes. We ain't got no boats.
No. So you deal with the real fucking issue. The motherfuckers you sitting right there in that room with in the chamber. You got to go deal with them and their policies, and then expand it, dealing with the county, state, and the federal level. But it starts here local. Get them, go ahead, get them right. I mean, that woman going off about, I feel for the sister who got shot in the living room. A lot of us know people that happened to, but you ain't dealing.
Her baby got shot in the living room.
Shit, hell. A lot of people been going ahead and shot and killed in this city. Why is so many guns so prevalent? Why you got so many guns in this motherfucker? Yeah, why you got so many guns in this motherfucker any goddamn way? Why is that?
Man,
I mean,
remember when they were dropping off the crates of guns?
Yes, yes. I was in California when I seen some shit like that happen. So it's like, man, y'all ain't dealing with the real issues. No. Kid, you wouldn't have to come to him. Now, I'm gonna point out something in this brother's video, and I wish he had panned went through and showed a bunch of other people. You see, black folks and the white liberal dude. I agree with him to a point, but you didn't see no goddamn Chinese, like I keep saying.
Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. I got to show you the clip I was watching earlier. Hold on. I got you.
That's a rare thing because I ain't seen them go ahead and they ain't going through what we going through.
I got you. This bra she was running major interference. Oh, I got to find it.
It's like I just didn't see a whole lot of Chinese going through that. And you go through Chinatown, and here's Chinatown, that area they consider Chinatown on Wentworth and like Cermak 21st Street. If you look at how that shit went from a few years ago to how it is now, it's built up real nice. And them motherfuckers dirty as fuck. Dirty as fuck. It's a lot of prostitution, illegal gambling, and a lot of fucking drugs over there. But that's circulated within that area. A lot of fucking women go ahead and they had importing a lot of these bras, come bringing them in here. Hey, you gonna bring up that clip about the Chinese? Was that here in Chicago?
Yes.
I got to see.
I believe it's at that same city council meeting.
I got to see that, man, because I don't know if she talking about coming in. Oh yeah. She is talking about the immigrants. I kind of saw something about that. Yeah. She was talking about them because they're trying to put some in that area, in a couple of vacant. Well, ain't too much vacant over there. But there's a lot of money to be fucking made with this shit here.
Yeah. Thank you, Chef. Jason Black, live earlier, he was talking about it. Yeah, I played the whole clip on it. So
it's a lot of money, and black folks ain't going ahead stepping up and going ahead and worry about worry about here in this city. This is what I see. I can't speak for other areas, but I don't see us going ahead and stepping up and going ahead and talking about those things. And I would like to. I was in Danny Davis' office a few months back. And I'm just listening. I didn't see a damn
on the
thing.
Black Channel.
Economic development that will benefit all Chicagoans.
Yeah, let me and the illegals in first, and then after you've let us in, then we need to discuss ongoing.
Hold on. Before
proudly
you go
divorced from black folks.
Let me say something really fast. Okay, the thing is like I see it as a thing where, like, the immigrants is an issue. Take the immigrants who came out from past Mexico, south of Mexico, when there was at that time it was more of the Mexicans going ahead and setting up shop and doing other shit. Hey, I won't say 90%, but majority of their businesses is dealt with drug money. Okay, those businesses are built with drug money, and you don't challenge me on that, because I can go ahead and show you. I know firsthand because I saw the shit. I saw the shit firsthand. I know it's being built up with drug money.
But they don't do nothing about that. Don't say nothing about that.
Because they're getting paid. If I go here, if you tell me you selling your house and you tell me your house is like $250,000, and I come in to make it look good, and I go here and bring you $210,000 cash. He's like, fuck it, they ain't gonna say shit, man. They ain't gonna say a goddamn thing. I seen that.
Yeah, they're being bribed. The politicians being bribed, and the police is being paid off.
Right. So, and one of the things that I see here with the police, just like my cousin's situation, it's like, hey, look, it's still part of going ahead. You can't let that black man go ahead and get one step, a half a step ahead. You got to go ahead and yank him back 3 or 4 squares. And that's been the game for a long goddamn time.
Does this older woman look familiar?
Not to me. Well, because I'm not really. I've been more focusing on taking care of some stuff. Like I told you, my wife is from Colombia.
Yeah.
Okay. She's a black Colombian. So my focus has been on going ahead and trying to get her straight. And then but we got children. So I got young children and an older daughter. So my focus has been on taking care of that and get my foundation
together. We heard the babies.
Oh, you heard them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to step away because one of my youngest daughter had fell out the bed. So I had to go over there and check on that.
Oh, she all right?
Well, I'm going to go back and go check because, to make sure. I see something crazy, I'd be rushing to the hospital.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to let this clip play of this Asian explaining for the legals.
In Chicago in every way, and yet there she is. Yet there she is. At some point there, you got to understand what you're looking at. They've allowed a lot of that to go on. And Black people are not homophobic. What they say up here in London say, okay, well, let's go ahead and flood the zone. Remember, flooding the zone is a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Flooding the zone is a strategy. They flood the zone with folks that look like you or could pass to be you. Because remember, you have a whole bunch of folk out there that are either Afro-Latinos or could pass for Afro-Latinos. And when folks start targeting Black folk, here they are getting their Sammy Sosa on. So that's who the woman here was referring to when she talked about Maria Haddon. Maria is letting you know that she's here specifically to work against the interests of Black folk in the city.
Mm.
She's going specifically to work against you. Now, I want to bring you one more commentator here during the meeting. Oh, and this one is a doozy.
Hello, my name is Sarah Tomas Lemna, and I'm a community organizer with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago, and I live in the 5th Ward. I'm calling on City Council to approve $70 million in funding to support new arrivals until the end of the year.
New arrivals? What? These are illegals.
Yeah, did you get that? Here she comes jumping up here. Hi, I'm here to advise you. We need to spend $70 million on illegals till the end of the year. To the end of the year. She's advocating for an open-ended budget.
Sarah Tomas Lemna, and I'm a community organizer with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago, and I live in the 5th Ward. I'm calling on City Council to approve $70 million in funding to support new arrivals until the end of the year.
New arrivals? What the hell? So just understand something. When I'm telling you all about these universities and stuff, these are the most criminally dishonest, lying people that you could ever imagine. They make up their own alternate vocabularies and tell you, oh, I'm not here for illegals. I'm here for new arrivals. Where the new arrivals come from? Oh, they came illegally from Mexico. They came illegally from where I came from. So I want you all to understand that's the buffer class strategy. Yeah. They allow in one generation of illegals. The children are citizens, and the children go to work advocating for yet another influx of illegals.
Mm-hmm.
So the children become advocates not for the community or the city. They become advocates for where they came from. They become advocates for that. I mean, she is shamelessly up there. I mean, she isn't even wincing. She's shamelessly saying it.
Hello, my name is Sarah Tomas Lemna, and I'm a community organizer with Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago, and I live in the 5th Ward. I'm calling on City Council to approve $70 million in funding to support new arrivals until the end of the year. Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago has been working on mutual aid with new arrivals across the city for over a year now. In addition, we have been part of the Bring Chicago Home campaign and Stop Shot Spotter Coalition, as well as have advocated for long-term solutions like treatment, not trauma. The common thread in what you have heard today is our anger in a broken system that we must reimagine together.
How are we obligated to reimagine a system for non-citizens? You haven't reimagined it for the Black folk who built the nation. Right. And here, one of the anchor babies is showing up here. Hi, I wanted to show up to let you know that I'm here to advocate for illegals everywhere. So you can't say this is a political agenda. They're not qualified to vote. They're not tax-paying citizens. And yet here she is. Recognize that now. She's the only one, but here she is, shamelessly looking you in the face and shamelessly telling you about your obligation to her homeland.
The system that maintained generational disinvestment in communities of color across Chicago.
Okay, there's why we dump that communities of color and minority garbage. They mad as hell about it now. That's why we dumped that language. Yep. That was why we dumped that verbiage. Exactly. We are not here to advocate for, quote, people of color, because she is part of the buffer class targeting us and shaking your hand with one hand and stabbing you in the back with the other. Oh, I'm here for all of us people of color. And she's not saying anything that benefits us in any way. Illegals are a liability to us. Illegals are part of the white supremacist buffer class strategy to target us. Yep. She is sitting up here, people of color. When she says people of color, she's not referring to us. But these people are trying to hijack our historical language, talking about racism, but she can't talk about white supremacy. Don't worry, she's going to get to that here in just a few moments about systemic racism. And it's not racism when you're not a citizen. It's not racism. You're a citizen of Guatemala. You're a citizen of Honduras. You're a citizen of Colombia. Nobody's being racist against you. You coming all the way up here. Hey, let me in your house illegally. It's racist for you to tell me I'm trespassing. It's
leave
racist
my wife
for me
alone,
to be trespassing. Man. You weren't trespassing back in Mexico. Yeah, well, open the damn door. Let me up in this son of a gun. Let me in, damn it.
And this is what prevents our city, one of the richest cities in the world, from paying a little bit more into the public safety net system while schools and mental health clinics shut down in our communities.
You hear that? To pay a little bit more into the social safety net. You're not supposed to be here. Your safety net is back where you came from. Your safety net is in Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala. And when you allow the anchor babies to sit up here, which is what so-called immigration reform immediately on the heels of civil rights, we passed the civil rights laws, which they have not enforced, by the way. And yet immediately after that, okay, let more illegals in, let more immigrants in, undermine these Negroes. And in 50 years, the kids will be grown and they will be here undermining the descendants of the slaves. Talking this garbage about a safety net. There is no safety net for a non-citizen. There is no safety net for me in Mexico. There is no safety net for me in Honduras. Certainly not if you're there illegally. There is no safety net for you. This is outrageously, disgustingly insulting to people's intelligence for her to speak like this. That's why she's there by herself. But take a look at who she's caping for.
Food prices, rent, and childcare costs rise, and thousands of our neighbors.
Okay. She's the part of the problem. The food prices, the rent prices, the childcare prices. Yes, trying to take care of Chicago and Tijuana, taking care of Chicago and Bogota, taking care of Chicago and Rio de Janeiro. Hell yeah, your prices are going to go up on everything. You're not taking care of your city. You're trying to take care of your city and several other countries on the fly, without them contributing anything. Hell yeah, the prices have gone up, and she's advocating for exactly what's causing the disease.
And mental health clinics shut down in our communities. Food prices, rent, and childcare costs rise, and thousands of our neighbors continue to sleep on the streets. The common thread here is systemic racism, and these disinvestments.
What? Did you hear that? The common thread here is systemic racism. This is why we have to absolutely gatekeep people. We have to gatekeep these things. And I here in the new black media have been doing this now going on 2 decades. We have got to gatekeep our language. No, folks, it's not enough to say what we are for. We got to say what we are against, and we are against any other people attempting to hijack our vocabulary and put it into service for themselves. You are not going to bastardize and rape our language. You are not a victim of systemic racism. You are a trespasser. You cannot be victimizer and victim. You are a trespasser. You're describing trespassing. No, I'm not. I mean, we need to look out for me. You're trespassing. We're not trespassers. We're builders. And for you to sit up here and talk about systemic racism, you're not a victim of any damn thing. You're a carjacker. You're a hijacker. You're a trespasser. You're not a victim. We are the victims of systemic racism. The descendants of the slaves in America are the only victims of systemic racism because systemic racism in America was created specifically to target us. She's not a victim of anything. She is the mugger. She is the robber. She is the felon. She is the criminal. Trying to sit up here and say, yeah, I'm just like y'all. The hell you are. So, folks, if they do not come from our lineage and do not push our agenda, systemic racism can only be subscribed to one group of people. The descendants, and that's it. We are the only people that the phrase systemic racism applies to. It doesn't apply to anybody else. You chose to come here willingly. You fought and risked your life coming here willingly. You're not a victim of anything. When you decided to make that trek to come over, you ain't no damn victim of nothing. And for you to sit up here and try to rape our agenda and our language that we created to describe what is happening to us and to claim that it's happening to you, who it is not and never has, is absolutely inexcusable. So, folks, we have to gatekeep this language. When we talk about reparations, it is not enough to simply say what we're supposed to get. We also have to say who is excluded. You can't just define it as, well, this is what we're supposed to get. No, we have to strictly define and enforce who it does not apply to. We talk about systemic racism and reparations, and here come a bunch of glad-handing, carpet-bagging, white supremacist sympathizing minorities coming in behind us. Yeah, that's right. Systemic racism. Yeah, down with the racism and the patriarchy and whatever else. Down with all that damn. No, she is a thief and a liar and a con man. She's not a victim of systemic racism. Systemic racism does not apply to her and illegals. You're not victims of anything other than a poor work ethic. If you are such a benefit and such a asset, you'd be an asset back where you came from. You know, getting the cartels out is hard work, but if you're hardworking people, the cartels should be gone. Every time we turn around, you have an excuse for why you haven't fixed the mess where you're from, but you sitting on our back saying, okay, nigga, get to fixing my mess for me. I came all the way up here to Chicago so you can fix my life. You can fix it for me. So no, when you see somebody like her, she's not black and she's not a freedman background. It's, oh hell, who the hell are you to talk about systemic racism? You shut that down. I don't. Now here's where you all get into a trick bag, because you got to understand, little lying double agents like her will try to make you think that you got some sort of ally, and there are no allies. So she'll be talking about systemic racism, and she'll be one of the first folk to talk about, oh yes, and how the police oppress Black people, and there's systemic racism against Black people. They'll sit up here and go dangle one or two causes out there. They'll go dangle one or two people out there. They'll go pick up one of our subjects out there. And then she'll be running up talking about, oh yes, what happened to Laquan McDonald? That's absolutely wrong. Total injustice. And I'm with Asian Americans for justice. Don't you mean Asian Americans for self? Look, I'm all for Laquan McDonald. But Laquan's dead, and that issue has already been addressed. Long before you came along. What you here for? Well, also, what happened to Laquan is synonymous to what's happening to us over here in Asian illegal aliens. It's the same as what happens to us. That's a damn insult for somebody to say that. No, the only folks we caping for, the only folks we acting for, the only folks we stomping for, because when that big tent policy, the only thing they can do with the big tent is back our play. They cannot come in using our language, trying to co-opt our arguments. Systemic racism is an argument that we created and we articulated just for us. And just like civil rights, just like so-called equal rights, we said civil rights and equal rights. And then the white supremacist society said, okay, bring in the white women. They need equal rights. And then equal rights became the slogan and the tagline for white women. After all of our decades of saying civil rights and equal rights, when they got done, equal rights was the tagline and the trademark phrase of white women. That's why we have to be ultra vigilant. No, even if they try to give you some token ally talk, why I'm all for that, and OJ was innocent, and Laquan McDonald was a victim, and Trayvon Martin, no, that's a shame. Okay, sit your ass down. You can back our play, but if I hear you use our phraseology, because 1 minute they'll be using it in reference to us, and then the very next second they're going to turn around and say, and it's bigger than just Black people. Well, yes, systemic racism, it certainly affects Black people. Well, it started affecting you first, but it really affects everyone. Yes, you were the first victims of it, but it affects everyone now. And we need to deal with that. So just understand how the screw turns. When they get done, just understand what they end up doing. No, even when you got these little soft-spoken chicks who sit up here and hang out with Black folk, and they'll be taking pictures with you on Instagram and talking about, quote, social justice. Now you see these are phrases that they're trying to smuggle in. They want to smuggle in this new nuanced vocabulary. And when you get done, it's no longer talking about you and your issues at all. It's only talking about her and her issues, which are specifically to undermine us. I want you to hear what she's doing there.
Rise, and thousands of our neighbors continue to sleep on the streets. The common thread here is systemic racism, and these disinvestments have kept communities of color down for generations. This is
communities of color. That's not illegal aliens. She's sitting up here trying to conflate communities of color and illegal aliens. Do you see how criminally dishonest this little heifer is? I mean, she's a little propaganda. They need to go check and see if she's a member of the Communist Party in China. Well, where exactly did she come from? Because, I mean, she's looking you in the face and just telling bald-faced lies and sitting there with a straight face saying it. Baby, what kind of meth are you on?
systemic racism has also blocked any positive action on, and these disinvestments have kept communities of color down for generations. This systemic racism has also blocked any positive action on immigration from Congress for almost 40 years.
Did you see that? Did I call it or did I call it? First, she's talking about systemic racism, then saying, and this systemic racism has prevented immigration reform for 40 years. Give me, Black people are victims of systemic racism. We have the only legitimate, I've told you this now for over a decade and a half, we have the only legitimate claim. We have the only righteous claim. Nobody else has it. And every time you turn around, somebody's sitting up here trying to parasite and leech off of our righteous claim, our legitimate claim. We're the only ones with a legitimate claim. And here comes this damn bastardized carpetbagger sitting up here talking about, and you know, racism, immigration, illegal immigration, that's about racism too. People who don't want illegals here, that's about racism too. So you niggas need to be backing me and mine, because if systemic racism is also about immigration and illegal aliens. By the way, did you all notice we've been dealing with this now for decades? That's the point I'm trying to make to you here and reinforce to you. When white women wanted to overthrow white men in the workplace, who did they come jump up with? Black folk. They found a group of sycophantic, ass-kissing Black females who they could co-opt on their side. And then next thing you know, they became the official mascots. And when the white women got done, the only people who got anything out of so-called equal rights were the white women. While they claimed to you that so-called women's rights and Black rights were the same thing. Remember? All your so-called white, so-called women suffragists, Susan B. Anthony and the others, when they talked to Black women, they tried to convince them behind the scenes, well, you know, women's rights and Black rights, I mean, that's really part of the same struggle, you see? When you get to the 40s, 50s, really part of the same struggle, you see? So we made headway, we made tremendous progress, and here come these other people to sit up here and jump on our backs and be leeches and parasites. And, oh, well, you know, it's not just about Black rights, it's about equal rights. So they come and show up at our marches. They come and show up at our rallies. They come and show up at our protests talking about they support us. And then as soon as you turn your back, they're telling you, and by the way, Black rights, the struggle for Black rights is a struggle for human rights, which is a struggle for white women's rights. You see how they sit up here and try to steer away the agenda and steal the agenda. They come up saying our language and then try to redefine it. I'm talking about right in front of your face. And by the way, systemic racism isn't about Black people. Why, if you want to fight systemic racism, you got to take a look at women's rights. And by the way, if you want to deal with systemic racism, you got to take a look at LGBT.
Auntie, chill.
Remember? We've been talking about that now for a decade. Every time we turn around, they're trying to hijack our agenda and tell you that you can't discuss Black rights. You can't discuss Black oppression unless you include LGBT too. Why, you're not discussing LGBT. We show up to talk about what's happening to Black folk, and then they either have some double agent, some sleeper agent, sitting up here, jumping in the middle of the mix and jumping up the program. And by the way, we need to talk about misogyny and patriarchy and homophobia. Yes, we all came here to talk about what's happening to Black people, but we need to talk about homophobia we don't need to talk about racism from white society. We need to talk about homophobia among Black people. So we cannot discuss Black rights until after we have discussed LGBT. Every time they jump up, they don't ever say we need to deal with white supremacy first and deal with everything else second. Every time we talk about white supremacy, they jump up and tell you, no, we need to stop talking about white supremacy. We need to talk about something else. Coleman Cruz, Tarana Burke, and all the rest of them. And yes, lineage does matter. But you notice they all got the same game plan. That's how you know you're dealing with agents. Every time we discuss white supremacy, they jump up and say, okay, we need to stop talking about white supremacy and talk about this other thing first, and we can talk about white supremacy later. But yeah, y'all talking about white supremacy. I came here to tell you we need to stop this discussion of white supremacy. Y'all got this big group of people together. Stop talking about that. Let's talk about where you Negroes are oppressing homosexuals and women's rights and LGBT. So folks, every time you turn around, when we start discussing Black agenda, Black rights, Black empowerment, we're making progress, and somebody jumps up and says, yeah, Black empowerment. And also Black empowerment is also about LGBT, and it's about white women, and now it's about illegals. Systemic racism is about the illegals who trespassed and entered the country illegally. So if you want to deal with systemic racism, you don't want to promote systemic racism, do you? Well, then you need to do more for me and my illegal aliens. Folks, we ain't supposed to be stupid enough for somebody to sit here and play the damn Jedi mind trick on us. Illegal aliens are a negative. They are a minus. There is nothing about supporting illegals that helps us. Supporting illegals is detrimental to us. Now they sit up here, well, we oppressed just like you. No, you're not. You fled. You need to go deal with your situation where you came from. You ain't gonna come over here and say that you're like me. Hey, I fled for a while. I ran so damn fast, nigga. My feet was smoking like Fred Flintstone. And I'm here now and I'm a victim just like you. You're not a victim of a damn thing except your cowardice and gutlessness. That's all you're a victim of.
Immigrants is systemic racism, and these disinvestments have kept communities of color down for generations. This systemic racism has also
Did y'all hear that there? Did y'all hear what the people said? They said, we're not the same, which they kept us down for decades. You hear some folk behind her saying, we're not the same.
Communities of color down for generations. This is.
You heard that? They're giving her the work up in here. They're letting it be known. You stop that. We're not the same. You can hear the folk behind her talking. They say, we're not the same. We're not the same. No, we're not. We're not. You're not one of us. Y'all, it's not just that we're not the same. Here's the language. You're not one of us. You're not going to take our language, co-opt our language, our agenda, our vernacular, and sit up here and tattoo it on your ass and then talk about I'm just like you. No, you're not. You're not one of us. We're not the same. You are not one of us at all. There's nothing, absolutely nothing that you are doing or got to deal with that has anything or any similarity to us. No, we're not the same because you're not one of us.
Systemic racism has also blocked any positive action on immigration from Congress for almost 40 years. Immigrants are simply not a priority in the federal system. And so I want to speak today to urge you to vote on Friday for $70 million which will be pulled from city reserves.
Well, take a look at this little anchor baby. Why, she's like, hey, by the way, we can take $70 million from the city reserves. We can take $70 million from there. I mean, take a look at the entitlement. Take a look at how the gall of her and the entitlement she has. Well, we need to take $70 million out of the city's reserves. Yeah, you don't have it in the regular budget. Just take it out the reserves because me and mine need to get it. And by the way, do you all notice what she's not asking for? Did you all catch what she ain't asking for? DJ Vlad and the rest of the bunch of the carpetbaggers and suspected white supremacists, she's not asking for college education. She's not asking for scholarships. She's not asking for student loans. No, she wants straight cash money. She's saying, hello, I'm here to represent criminal illegals, and we need to get broke off straight cash money. No scholarships, no student loans, and we ain't for that with the bread. I came up here to talk so nice and so polite. I'm here to be the public face of it, so nice and so polite, and we came to get the money. No. Those Negroes over there talking about cut the check. Yes, cut the check for us over here. Not for them. Cut the check for us over here. Over here now. You want to talk about sleeper agents, people?
Immigrants are simply not a priority in the federal system.
Nor should they be. They need to be a priority where they came from. That's where they are a priority. Why don't you show you can do something and finish building your nation? If they were, folks, Marcus Garvey said it, and it was true, that you can't take all black people to Africa, back to Africa, because if they were useless in one place, they'll be useless somewhere else. That's correct. You can't bring them over here from Africa to America. If they were useless in Africa, they'll be useless over here. And if they were useless in Mexico and unmotivated in Venezuela and unmotivated in Guatemala and unmotivated in Honduras, they come here, they're going to be equally useless here. First of all, they have no right or no business to be here. Second of all, the logic doesn't add up because they were useless back where they came from. They were a burden where they came from. Many of them criminals let out of the prisons where they came from. It wasn't just Cuba that did that with the Mariana boat.
That's not true. That's not true.
In New York City, you got whole groups of gangs. So you're dealing with social warfare.
That's not true.
You're dealing with social warfare. And she's sitting here telling you, you need to make it a priority here. No, they need to make it a priority where they came from.
And so I want to speak today to urge you to vote on Friday for $70 million which will be pulled from city reserves, not from any sort of funding to support individuals impacted by the opioid epidemic. In addition to those $70 million, we also need to start thinking about long-term solutions to fund affordable housing and economic development that will benefit all Chicagoans.
Yeah, let me and the illegals in first, and then after you've let us in, then we need to discuss ongoing funding. Folks, the same thing you just heard in New York City. That's what I'm trying to let you know, is that the agenda now is that this is not a one-time thing. They want their folks to get paid and financed in perpetuity. While telling you and me about, remember, this will be the same kind of little anchor baby up here who will be telling you in 10 years that the folks who came over here pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. Now, that's what she'll be saying in 10 years, or her children will say in 10 years. That's what they'll be saying then. Just remember that. After she does all this and secures ongoing funding, people, I've been telling you now for over a decade and a half, you can't make it coming to America penniless. You have to be financed. You can't make it coming to America with the hospital system and the school system unless somebody finances you and sponsors you. There is no pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, and that's why they're making sure these people are funded. Making sure that their kids are funded, schools are funded, healthcare funded, housing funded, and then telling you the whole time, oh, they working hard, then they don't need any money from us. They're not a burden on the system because, well, they just can't work. They're a burden on the system here because they were a burden where they came from. And they are continuing the process of being a burden here. And if she thinks they have such a great, wonderful, they're so great and wonderful, she needs to go back where she came from with them so they can show us the glorious utopia that they're on the way to building. Oh, wait a minute. They're not building it.
So on Friday, this council will have that opportunity. And I urge you to vote yes to borrow $1.25 million over the next 5 years and to make economic security a reality for more of our neighbors. In addition, I would like to urge council to vote against the order that calls for alders to be able to choose whether to remove ShotSpotter technology on a ward-by-ward basis. and also calls for any decisions related to violence prevention funding to be brought to the Public Safety Committee and to a full City Council vote. We reject the intention and the outcomes of this order and support Mayor Brandon Johnson's decision to cancel the contract with ShotSpotter citywide. Chicago has long been a welcoming city, and we are committed to ensuring that it remains that.
When has Chicago welcomed the Black population?
Never.
She is absolutely disgusting of a liar.
Okay, I agree with that.
She is young, but she is the most shameless, despicable, reprehensible, lying piece of filth. No, I am not being hyperbolic. She is a disgusting, lying piece of trash.
That way. We are facing a challenging moment, but it's nothing we haven't faced before. Thank you.
Those are the 4 illegals that came with her on the bus.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Thomas Linda. The next speaker.
All 4 illegals over there, so just recognize that. Now, the first brother who got up and spoke, I do want to play what he had to say real quick, just the beginning of it, because he kind of goes on a bit of a rant. But
the prayers passed millions of dollars that this $70 million. $70 million. And not counting the prayers past millions of dollars that this city done approved of, or this state and the county, etc. $70 million. Y'all won't even put $1 million in one neighborhood.
Did you get that? $70 million for illegals, and y'all won't even put $1 million in a neighborhood.
I got a little breakdown.
$1 million in one neighborhood. Brandon Mayor Johnson, you say that you for the children, etc.
I mean, that's the point I've been making the whole damn time is, could you imagine if the city had a proposal and said, we're going to invest $70 million into the South Side? While they rolled out the red carpet for Whole Foods, but I'll be damned. What could you do on one city block in Chicago with $1 million?
Hold on, brother. I got something to say
Now,
about
$70 million. Imagine what you could do with 70 square blocks. While you're sitting up here talking about Lincoln.
All right, go ahead, Steph. Wow.
Okay. It's some stuff she said that I agree, and some stuff this brother said I disagree with. But I want to deal with that right now, that Whole Foods thing. Do you know that the Whole Foods, see, it's all about stealing money from us. I get that. Even with that TIF program that they had, something they call TIF. But the Whole Foods, the Whole Foods has been pulling out of fucking Black neighborhoods. They came in, got funding and tax breaks and other shit from the city of Chicago. And the one Whole Foods that was in Inglewood, that's shut down now. That's been shut down for a couple of years.
Oh, they shut it down?
Yeah, it's been closed down. So, but I wanted to back up to, he picking on me on the Columbians, and I don't see no evidence of that. Them emptying prisons and going ahead and letting people in from. I don't see that. But I'm gonna tell you that my experiences with individuals, I met some of these people. I met some of these so-called illegals. I mean, I don't remember nobody saying, "Hey, look, white folks have to go here and say papers coming here on the Mayflower and all the other shit."
They're the original illegals,
huh?
Those are the original illegals.
Okay, yeah. So, but the thing about going here and emptying the prisons, man, that really ain't the Cubans. That was documented. But as far as all these people coming to South America, I don't see that.
Rob, it's really happening.
Let me tell you my experience, okay? Let me tell you my experience. The individuals I met, and actually, he's come here, and my wife knew him in Columbia, and some of his friends came here through this route. They had businesses down there, okay? They were in different cities from Columbia and in Venezuela. Venezuela, the U.S. go here and had a whole big hand in fucking up that country. So yeah. So, but in Colombia, this brother had a liquor store. I think he had 2 liquor stores. And the reason he had to go ahead and get on the run and come up here was because they was telling them, you need to go ahead and pay us money, protection money, so to speak, or we're gonna kill you. So there was a lot of situations like that. It's a lot of professional people in those crowds while going ahead and saying that they empty the prisons, man, and putting a broad brush like everyone was in that situation. That's not true. Because some of these people were professionals. I met teachers. I met one guy who was a professor at a university. And these guys went through that situation to come up here. Okay, so everybody, they keep saying that, hey, they let out the prisons, and people go ahead saying they bring crime and everything. That's not true. If you go ahead and pay attention to one thing right now, if you go ahead, that I see them here in Chicago, and I see one thing that people are not even pointing out. Oh, you see that couple over there, that lady over there with that baby strapped on her back, and another child, and another child in a stroller. Ain't nobody saying nothing about that. That's a lesson that we need to fucking learn. Work hard. Teach them how to work hard at early fucking age. And I don't see nobody talking about, hey, look, it actually going ahead and working for pennies. We're selling, go ahead and getting the chocolate. Somebody donated that chocolate to them and got it to them, or whatever else they're selling, flowers or whatever. But I don't see where our people are paying attention and learning some kind of lessons from these people. Because a lot of them, they hadn't even studied America. They just going off what they saw on TV. And I'm a sidestep just a little bit, because I know a brother who came here from Nigeria, right? And when before he got here, he was talking about, hey, look, I can't wait till I get to America. I'm gonna make money. This motherfucker actually thought that the streets were paved in gold. The streets actually had gold in it. He said, I couldn't wait to get to America. I don't know why those Americans, why y'all ain't picking that gold up and put it in your pocket. Dude, do you know, I was sitting at the table when he told me that, man, I damn near fell out my chair laughing.
Yeah. Right. He really thought.
Right. It's the image that they put out there. And this is why movies and music is to blame for a lot of people having that image about coming to America. A lot of individuals who came here through that long caravan, that long trek from South America. So there's a lot who went back because they got here and was like, okay, it ain't nothing like what I saw on TV. And that's the problem. That's a bigger problem than the image that they push. And so, a lot of stuff this guy was saying, you ain't really talked to nobody. And the criticism that I have is that I don't see nobody who actually interviewed some of these people. Some of these people, you ain't interviewed them. Like I said, a professor, this dude owned the liquor store. And so he had to go ahead and hide his family. He had been here for he'd been here like one of the first group that was coming up here. But his wife just got here, went through a lot of shit, man. And you know how I know? I picked her up from the airport the other day. She went through coming through Mexico, being down there for a few days, being treated like shit, watching a few females get raped, watching females go ahead and get abused, watching females get raped by Mexicans and be assaulted by the fucking Border Patrol.
Damn.
So it's and she when I got to the airport and saw her, I was like, okay, is that the one? Is that the one? So I was like, okay. He wasn't in the car. He went to work. But I picked her up. Me and my wife went to go pick her up. And I said, she's limping. She told us that, hey, look, she had to run away from motherfuckers trying to go ahead and snatch women and go ahead and take some pussy. So, people can go ahead and say a lot of stuff about what these people go through. I get that. But my support of some of these people that's in these chambers, is, hey, look, black folks been here for a long time. And this brother just said, hey, look, you don't even want to put $1 million in and that's true. And they come up with this tip program was like you were paying extra taxes and you go ahead and you can go ahead and apply for a business and all the other stuff. What these motherfuckers did was they go ahead. This was before Johnson. This was Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel. He put in. Yeah, it was part of that tip program. And it's like when you went to apply for that, and you dealing in one of these rough ass neighborhoods, the fucking requirements was so fucking strenuous and so fucking high, you wasn't gonna get it. So at the end, toward the end of the day, I'll say, they wind up giving away that money to developers to go ahead and fix up downtown Chicago. So it's a lot of shit that these people ain't saying. It's a lot of misinformation there. So that's why I'm like, a lot of that shit ain't true. They saying a lot of that shit ain't true. Because I've been part of a couple of groups, man, like the West Side Historical Society. Okay?
What the people in the chambers are saying is not true.
I'm not hearing what right now. I'm hearing, yeah. They're not. It's like a little misinformation. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I just think that they haven't done a lot of research on some of this shit. That's all. Because the West Side Historical Society was going ahead and put out a push for going ahead and getting some of that TIF money to go ahead and help build up the West Side. And they wasn't getting the money, but they gave that money to a lot of developers to go ahead, gave the money to them to go ahead buy the equipment and to pay workers and some other shit to go ahead and help build buildings in downtown Chicago, build a lot of that stuff. What is it? What is the fucking Millennial Park and a lot of shit like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because we got similar shit going on here in regards to that.
In yards.
I wanted to finish playing this clip of this speaking.
Yeah.
And then I'll come over to the next topic because it's like completely threw me off. I just wanted to play what the Asian chick got to say.
Yeah. I'm glad you played that, but brother, I got to bounce because I told you I had a situation here.
Yeah.
So I got to go check on that real quick.
Well, give me your closing.
No, my thing is this, man. I think people are going ahead and coming at that immigrant situation, the migrants, as from the wrong angle. I seriously do. We have to go ahead and deal with, like I said, build our finances. But when you go ahead and come down here to City Hall, like this brother is starting up, hey, you don't want to put $1 million into the hood.
Yeah,
you need to stick on that point there, but give the history of that. Need to go ahead and talk about the history of, hey, look, we ain't getting this, and why we ain't getting this, and also bring up other stuff where you gave low interest loans to other groups. Yep. Okay, and you ain't go ahead and did that with black folks. Okay, like I just think we're coming at it at a wrong angle, and you ain't gonna go ahead and come at these motherfuckers and try to get something if you come and crawling to them. I ain't gonna go big and grovel to no bastard, not at all.
All right, Chef Rob. Well, we appreciate you coming on.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for having me. It's been great. Thank you.
Thanks, Chef Rob.
Thank you, sister.
All right, Lady Shay, what's your thoughts on this?
I think that's a good point. I think that's what TVA was trying to say too.
Yeah.
Instead of getting mad,
at the illegals,
we need to focus it in
on the
really
politicians.
I mean, really go at it from this angle.
Yeah.
While you're sitting up here talking about Lincoln Yards, and yet you taking 70 million out of you want to take 70 million out of the reserve for people who shouldn't be an expense because it's illegal for them to be here. But I want you to understand that $70 million is the anti-Black war fund. That's the point. That $70 million is the anti-Black war fund. That is the fund, that is the city's budget to attack us. If you're gonna fight a war, you have to fund that war. That's the point I'm trying to make. People, if you're gonna fight a war against Black folk, you gotta fund that war. The drug war had to be funded. Understand that. Infiltrating our community and flooding it with drugs had to be paid for. And then the prison industrial complex to jail you for it had to be paid for. Not one crime bill, but 2 crime bills, and then continuing budget legislation. That had to be paid for.
Yeah.
If you're gonna fight a war, you're gonna have to finance it. If you want to knock Black people down, you got to pay for it. And if you're going to keep them down, then you must continue paying for it. I've told y'all for over a decade and a half that they consider this kind of stuff to be a tax.
The sensuous daughters.
The white supremacist society considers it to be a tax, but then again, it's not a tax on them. They take the money from Black folk. So they've got us funding the war against us. When they talk about spending money on the white side of town, they talk about investing, shopping centers, brand new luxury apartments, cafes, amenities. That's when they talk about the white side of town. When they talk about Lincoln Yards, when they talk about the north side of town. Well, that's what when they discuss that in white side, that's what the money is for. Black folk, oh, there's no money for you. Yeah, we can't spend anything over there. We can drop 70 million in the laps of folk who shouldn't even be here. But for you, yeah, we ain't got a dime. We don't have a dime, not a penny. But then again, how would you when this is your representation looking as cat, bat, crap, crazy as she can be?
Yeah.
This heifer looks like the damn me cowardly lion from The Wiz.
Oh my God, they do.
And yet there she is. So Chicago, look here. The Lori Lightfoots, the drunk Uncle Lightfoots, and the Marie and Hennessy's. No, you can't have this. You can't have this.
All right, I'm gonna end it there. All right. So the only reason why I played that clip, Lady Ch, was the Chef Rob kept saying that he hadn't seen no Asian people say anything about it. So I was playing a clip because there was that Asian chick that was running major interference for the illegals. Talking about, you need to approve the 70 million. And blah, blah, blah.
She was Hispanic.
No, she was Asian. She literally said, I'm speaking on behalf of the Asian American, whatever the fuck.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so what are your thoughts on these mugs with all this goddamn spinning in Chicago? But
I just like, it's the same thing here. I feel like it's fucked up with bullshit. Although now it's a different way to go at it.
Oh, you changed your name. You're not Real Brother no more. Okay.
Whatever.
I see you.
What you do?
Virtuous litigant RBGGAL.
Jesus. I come at it from a different angle. We're going to come at it from this state angle. That's my thing.
Okay. Well, moving along, we got Charles Coon-ass Barkley and Gayle King show ends. Great news. Great news. Great news. I'm surprised it's bullshit.
Meet Renewal by Andersen, a full-service window and door installer that offers amazing designs, customizable features, and
Oh, that makes sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think anybody is in shock over the fact that Charles Barkley and Gayle King's CNN primetime show has ended after only 6 months on the air.
Only 6 months.
It started in November of 2023, and here we are in April of 2024, and it has already ended. Well, I could have told you these two were not going to bring in the ratings. I should not be shocked. I could have told CNN this before they even aired the first show.
What?
The show, which aired at 10 p.m. on Wednesday night, had suffered from abysmal ratings. And remember, the first show they had, I think they said it was the lowest ratings in CNN history. Now, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. And from the start, and it had not managed to find an audience after 14 episodes. It consistently came to a distant third compared to the cable news competitors, Gutfeld on Fox News and The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell on MSNBC, and was even beaten out by the ratings by reruns of Friends and South Park. Although it was enormously reported that it had been canceled on Monday, a CNN spokesperson on Men's Journal said the series was intended to have a limited run when it was announced last April. But even when it, first started, King Charles had the lowest rating during the premiere for a primetime weeknight series on a network in at least a decade, with 500,000 total viewers and 139,000. And they said the demographic that did watch was between the ages of 25 and 54, according to Nielsen data. Viewership had dropped 20% since November. Wow, that's pretty steep. And overall, the show was averaging about 459,000 total viewers weekly, with about 106,000 between the ages of 25 to 54. The episode that aired on January 31st marked the first time the show wasn't able to surpass 100,000 viewers in the age range of 25 to 54, the data shows. An industry source blamed Barkley's schedule for the show never finding its footing. The 61-year-old was only able to film the show on Wednesdays due to other commitments. And, and this was due to his co-hosting duties on TNT.
Back to DNC.
Inside the NBA, said a source close to the network. For his part, Barkley has also admitted that his packed schedule made it difficult for the show to attract a loyal audience. Well, the fact that you picked Charles Barkley and Gayle King, you were asking for that show to fail. I'm sorry, but you were. These two couldn't attract a fly, let alone an audience. Especially Gayle King and Charles Barkley. They're not even favored among the people, even on the networks that they work at now, TNT and CBS. And I could have told you from the jump, I could have saved you a lot of money, CNN, when you said these two were going to host the show. I could have told you right then and there it would never make it. It would never make it. These two, they just can't attract an audience like that. And they could have, at least in my opinion, they should have went with younger hosts, and they should have went with maybe people that weren't so well known in the industry as Gayle King and Charles Barkley, because we know, even among the group that they are from, they're not very favored. So I knew as soon as CNN put this show on, there was no way it was going to get good ratings. And as you can hear, it didn't. It didn't from the jump. And it just seems like from November, when the opening show had poor ratings, it just stayed on that steady decline from there. So CNN, I guess you just like wasting a lot of money, because you definitely wasted your money on this. And it was prime time, and they talked on some of the, trending topics that were going on out there. But in all honesty, who gives a crap about Charles Barkley, his opinion, or even the opinion of Gayle King? I don't think I've come across one person since I've been on social media that said they care about either one of their opinions, or even one person saying they look forward to watching the shows they're on every day. I don't think I've ever even gotten that just from talking about these two. You know, Gayle, I really never talked a lot about. I have over the years done videos about Charles Barkley because, you know, he's known for doing a lot of off the cuff talking and at times sound quite anti-Black. And, you know, because of that, I have done videos about Charles Barkley in the past, especially the outlandish things that he tends to say. But as far as Gayle King, I have never talked a lot about Gayle King. I think I might have done a handful full of videos about her in the past, but not a lot. She is just not a big conversation piece on my channel at all. In fact, I don't see a lot of other YouTube creators talking a lot about Gayle King or Charles Barkley for that matter. So y'all, the show is gone. You know, it really don't matter to me because I never really watched it in the first place. So I don't care that it's gone. I really don't care at all. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
All right, y'all. Yeah, this is great news. Now the next show that needs to go is that stupid ass song that Tiffany Cross, Angela Rye, and Bussy Gillum did, Native Pods. That shit needs to be the next one to go. But I think that's just on the internet though. But yeah, this is great news. I don't think they can hear you all the way in the bathroom, Lady J. But yeah, this is great news. I'm surprised it lasted this long. 6 months. I thought 3 months tops. That shit is trash. You know it's gonna be trash from beginning to end. As soon as they announced that this shit was coming on, I already knew it was gonna be flop. Nobody wants to hear what either one of these coon mammy Sambos got to say. Except suspected white supremacists. And even they didn't want to hear that shit because the fucking shit, the ratings were super low on that bullshit. So even the people that they were kissing ass and stealing talking points from, they didn't want to watch that bullshit either. So great news. Let's expect it. I'm trying to hear from Lady Che. I'm waiting for her to come out the bathroom. But yeah. Charles Barkley and Gayle King ain't never been a friend of Black people. So great news. Great news. Cancel that bullshit. And like Lisa was saying, y'all just throwing money away, CNN. And CNN, quite as kept Caucasian Nazi Network, is moving more right than left these days. So I guess they weren't conservative enough for CNN, so they had to get cut. Even though since its inception, CNN has been more left-leaning and liberal than anything. It's now moving toward being more right or central. All right, here goes Lady Che. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on this stupid ass show being canceled?
I'm glad they're done. I hate them anyway. I don't hate her, I just don't like them. I want to listen to that shit anyway.
Right.
I mean, it's been on. I thought it was on for longer than 6 months. That's all I gotta say. Go ahead, again. I would say this though. Hold on. I'm sorry, Barry. Catch my breath. What I would say is that I noticed a trend when these motherfuckers can't get hired anymore. Then they come over here and they have their own little YouTube channel, like Don Lemon.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Don Lemon for checking baby.
Yeah, Don Lemon. And now Don Lemon's just trolling and making scenes. I don't know. He was really trolling. I feel like
the musty man kicked them off of Twitter.
Never asking the hard questions.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's just trolling Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what it was, but I was sitting here talking to my brother one day. I said, you know, it'd be funny is if Trump had a little campaign show like that. Kind of like the show he had before he became a president. He was like, when you say you're fired.
Oh, you talking about the purchase?
But something similar in regards to the campaign, right? And then as soon as I said that, the next day I'm scrolling down my page on YouTube to find something to watch, right? And there it was. Don Lemon said, Trump, you're fired, or Trump, you're going to jail, or something like that. So something crazy, like the title was. And he said, the Trump you're fired episodes or something crazy, something stupid. And I was like, what the fuck? And there he was, Don Lemon, all up in the camera with a t-shirt on. A t-shirt, y'all. He's wearing a fucking soft gray t-shirt. And I was like, I didn't realize Don Lemon was so hot yellow.
Yeah, you don't realize that?
No, I knew he's like light skinned, but goddamn, he's in his own house, little fire in the back. Break. I'm like, Don Lemon, why do you have a hot fire in the back? Like, that's just one thing I was looking at. But why are you wearing this t-shirt like this? Why are you all up in the camera like this? Why are you trying to be attractive? There's so many questions. I had to hurry up and get the fuck out of there. What is that? Oh, that was from yesterday. Oh, Lord, you gonna do it again to me? Jesse.
You asked me to play it.
I didn't ask you to play shit.
Yes, you did. You were like, you should play that clip. Start it off.
Oh, no, I meant the clip at the Roundtable. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but you said we already discussed that, but we hadn't.
Just you're the messiest motherfucker on the face of the planet. Because if you're gonna do that again, ooh, this is not what I meant, family. This is not. I just say it already, off top. I done heard this shit already. Like, you know, when I go off, I only listen to it like one time, and then it's usually when I go off in the moment. I'm in the spirit of the moment. Okay. So then I'll go to sleep. I'll take a nap. I'll eat something, and I'll forget I did it. I will just keep it pushing. I will forget I did it. I won't talk about it again. I will make no scenes. It's a wrap usually right after I did it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Jesse won't let me. Like, Jesse, you are so messy. Did we talk about this?
No, we did not.
You talk about your messiness all the time. Where are you going with this?
I'm trying to find the clip.
Oh. You should pull up the Facebook one if you're gonna do it. If you're gonna be as messy as I think you're about to be, you should pull up the Facebook one when we went to the pantry.
Oh my God! I'm going to keep scrolling for that.
If you're gonna be as messy as you want to be, you gotta at least put that one up there because motherfuckers don't know what I'm talking about. Oh no, you gotta go all the way to it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta keep going. Open up another Facebook window. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Just carry on with your ratchetness.
Oh my God.
No.
Okay,
you're gonna do it all the way. If you're gonna fucking be a little messy, little
all right, so let the people know what the hell we talking about.
All right, so look, well, it all starts with Cornel West, really. That's really where it starts. We both had a little part to play in bringing Cornel West to Colorado. Now, Jesse is on an actual party political party. He's on the Unity Party. He's the junior chairman of the Unity Party. You'll often hear him say, I'm the junior chairman of the Unity Party. Unity Party is the third party. Is it a third party classification, right? Minor party. So
minor legitimate party.
Minor legitimate party, yes. Legitimate. That's the point. So we get Cornel West here. They did their part. I was on the New Black Media side of things where I'm just in chats asking all the questions, trying to do my part. And not only am I asking all the right Black questions, but I also sent him a message through Messenger that I never got a response to. But I made public statement though when he was on the Tim Black show, stating that I would help his campaign. This was quite a few months back. This is my portion of the Cornel West coming to Colorado portion. I don't sit on a minor party. I don't sit on any party. I'm an independent. It's really, I feel like I should be now looking at it. I should probably be unaffiliated. But I'm an independent, like Jesse. However, Jesse has been with the Unity Party for what, 3 years?
5 years.
5 years. 5 years. 5 years. Excuse me. 5 years. So that's a legitimate minor party. Mm-hmm. Now they did their due diligence and started talking to Cornel West people, and eventually Cornel West was able to come here as part of his tour.
Yeah.
Right. Campaign tour. There was a rally before, which day did this happen, babe? Like last weekend?
Yeah, last weekend or the week before.
Yeah, last weekend. I know it's last weekend, right?
It's not the week before last, but yeah.
What date was it?
It was 13th. Well, he came on the 12th and 13th.
Okay. So he came on the 12th and 13th. So the 12th, Jesse goes out to Boulder. Mm-hmm. And he almost puts to sleep with all this pre-game show that before Cornel talked. Now keep in mind, if I would have known that Cornel West be getting crunk in other states, like crunk, I'd have forced my way into making that happen. Who knew that was that? We got the relaxed version, okay? Mm-hmm. And I think it has to do with where he was going. Hippieville, you know what I mean? Boulder.
Yeah.
So, because I see Cornel West turn up and dance in other places, I was like, what the fuck? I was kind of upset with that part.
Okay, I got the original video.
Now, so Jesse is in, and this is where they pick you.
Oh, wait, you want to see that one?
Yeah, because Unity Party had picked you too.
I thought you said the food pantry.
That's both. You got if you're gonna get full context, Jesse. Get messy. If you're gonna be messy. You love messiness, Jesse. You love it.
This is ridiculous. I'm gonna be scrolling for days.
No, you won't. Just
all right, build it up for him, Lady Chain.
All right, so this is like, I don't know. You gotta throw me under the motherfucking bus because you going with me. So anyway, they had the Unity Party convention. This is the convention.
Yeah, a couple weekends ago.
Yeah, a couple weekends ago. So Cornel West was here for the rally. Next day, he met with the Unity Party. That was his initial only thing he was gonna do. Aside from shaking hands with the people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Jesse met him both places. Mm-hmm. Met him at the rally. Took a couple of clicks together. He told him about how we were trying to get him to come over here. Mm-hmm. And the Unity Party thing. And I had told Cornel West on a messenger about Jesse being junior chairman of the Unity Party, the same exact party he was coming to see. Okay, mm-hmm. on the New Black Media side. Okay.
Yeah.
So we were trying to double team. Unity Party goes ahead and gives him the nomination. Mm-hmm. They said we could let you rock under our banner, basically.
Yeah.
They signed papers, whatever. But right after that, there's all these open seats. So the Unity Party decides they want to fill up seats. So that the election, is they have somebody in each space. Comes out at like HD8. which I don't really know what was going on at HT8 because Jesse's been listening to it through the Free Coon Zone. And I've been looking at it from an angle like this shit looks sus. I don't want to look into it, right? Because once something feels kind of suspicious, I think there's some really fucking fucked up shit going on. Like it's a historically black seat, right? But really, this should say it was held by a lesbian. I don't want to put another lesbian up in it. See the difference, right? So, but all the first black person in it there was black people ready for it. In fact, there was 3 black people ready for it, and 2 Hispanics, and a white lady.
Wait, 2 Hispanics? Who was the second Hispanic?
Gabriel. Read the fucking paperwork just then. Maybe he's white passing Hispanic. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just reading what I see.
Okay.
One person say he don't want to. He backing out because, and he's black. And it's a historically black seat, and the race is getting crowded.
Get to my A on chat.
Which is a coward move, really. He just knew he wasn't gonna win nothing, and he
Because
wasn't.
we told him we was gonna sink that shit.
He wasn't. That motherfucker's going down like a brick ball. Like he tried to come up with for the air, and he was gonna get. Is that you up there? Scroll up, because is that you on the fucking Outlaws?
No.
Okay, good. I apologize. I didn't see Jesse in other places. Like he did not know how to behave himself.
She's silly, y'all.
No, I'm not. I'm not silly. He does not behave himself well. He does not behave himself. It's messy and there's damage control. Anywho, but I was like, God damn, there you go. So thankful. But so he didn't know the seat just is looking weird. If you listen to whatever the Free Coon Zone is saying, and it's Democratic seat. So they're acting like they're acting weird about the shit, in my opinion. I'm not even listening, just the behavior is weird. So Jesse's like I could run for this seat because he's the only one there from District 8 during the convention. And they're like, yeah, and they're like, get up here, man, like that, like all super ampy and shit. And so that's how Jesse gets in there. He gets up there, makes his little speech of acceptance. What is that?
What?
What is that? Scroll up.
What was what? It's just a picture of me and Cornel West.
Why it look like an article?
It looks like an article, but it's not. It's just a picture.
Pretty good ass picture. Can you save that for me? Look like a whole article.
No, just a picture.
Who's this?
Who's who? That's the other Jesse. I runs that Best Democracy Now page. He was there at the one.
It runs what? Democracy Now page.
Yeah.
Like Amy Goodwin, Democracy Now.
No. But it's similar.
All this good shit be happening to you guys and you don't even share it. You see what I'm talking about. Should just kick you right now. I'm just disabled. Like a slight little ankle kick. Just on GP.
I didn't know he was going to take the picture.
You should just, what's on your page though. Stop running.
Yeah, he tagged me.
Use a cat. Ooh, man, cuz
He tagged me in the.
Cat too much, cuz.
He tagged me in the picture.
Stop lying.
There's another
We're
one.
like lies. Like, that's another good picture of that.
Tagged me in the picture. There's another one I got tagged in.
Picture in the back.
Yeah.
Anywho, so Jesse took the nomination. Well, when he came back, he told me about it. First, before he told me, I was like, man, I didn't even want to hear shit he had to say. Then he brought down with the good news. Where I got some of those. Brought down with the good news. So I was like, all right. And then I started to look at the position, what he's talking about. And where we go, what we're really talking about, black folk, right? and the possibilities. Okay. So yeah, so that's how I immediately got on board because as you know, the really been paying attention, it was very upsetting the last election.
Yeah.
Just because of the shit that I went off about yesterday. How it happens. This is exactly how it happened. So people are saying,
So somebody on TV or anybody in here, you're like, no, stop, that's mine.
he's a
Then tell
liar.
me, State Senate District 2.
There's nothing to fucking lie about. He wouldn't put us through this. Like us meaning me.
Right.
Okay? Us meaning him. He wouldn't put us through that. Why? Because it would cause us to go fucking crazy, first of all. Now that he don't want us to be fighting about this shit. Like we were first, that shit was fucking foul. What Jeff Fard and his motherfucking people did and contributed to do it, they can't lie. We got the proof.
Right.
I don't lie because I do fucking investigative research. Like, I don't need to tell you I'm looking into some shit when I'm looking into some shit. You dig? And I'm that kind of motherfucker. So don't lie. I'm a grimy motherfucker right off the street. When you do something to us and you cause us further embarrassment, you disrespect us, you drug us, you did unbecoming black man shit off top. You did unbecoming things as a black person, as an FBA black man, as a black person with voice in a community.
Yeah.
You are an enemy to our people, cuz. Yeah. But not only that, but you have a whole group of people like that. And what you did, what all of you did to help him, the people that spent money to go against him, all the people you threw in the race when there was only 4.
Yeah.
That was crazy. All the stealing of my intellectual property. You really are asking for it. So I got upset that he wouldn't do this to us.
Right.
He wouldn't have done this to us if this was a lie.
Right.
He wouldn't have upset the balance of a fucking household that is beginning to heal.
Right.
Okay, because it wasn't healing right. And we finally got ourselves healed up, you know what I mean, from all of this shit. Like, we was finally starting to be happy again. So he wouldn't have did this like to fuck with us, okay? With me and him. Because as it just started again, we asked for help and on a certain subject just yesterday, 2 days ago.
Yeah. And
turned all bad in a matter of 5 minutes. Next thing you know, we called all kind of bitches and I don't know what else. I do know what else, but don't nobody talk to me like that when if you ask me for this is what I need and I need it because I cannot do it. You know, and that's your job if that's what you wanted to do when you said you would help out. You feel me? So no. So I have to start, you know, whatever. So I already started again, okay? So Jesse wouldn't have put us through me and him through all that.
Right.
Now, when you go up higher, I guess, than the mayor, it takes a little time for it to appear on the ballot. Yeah. Like a week or something like that through the Secretary of State, because there's like a couple of things you got to do.
Right.
So the Unity Party, they're in charge of all that. Okay, that's what the point of having a party is. Right. They do a lot of the work, mostly, you know. And so, while everybody was saying he was a liar, everything was in process before it comes up. And there's proof of that. As there's proof of when he signed his papers and what day everything showed up. Yep. Okay, so there's proof. So he's not a liar. And I don't appreciate anybody calling Jesse a fucking liar because I can't even call him a liar. 90% of the time when I say he's capping, it's because he's over embellishing or something like that. But he's not. He doesn't lie. He don't have a reason to lie.
Right.
I don't lie. There's no reason for me to lie. there's nothing that behooves me enough to lie about.
Right.
So this is what happened. Go ahead, Jesse. Shorty. They picked him, or Jesse. Jesse asked questions. They said, "Yeah, just
Nobody in state. Okay, State Senate District 5. State Senate District 6.
So these are seats you have to live in to run.
Yes.
You need to live there to run.
Okay, and that is
Meredith.
all right. Meredith Ryan. And you want to say anything, Meredith, or are you just going to stand pat?
Is everyone comfortable the way it is? I would love to. I love the vibe in this room, and I would love to work with everybody who's gotten up and spoken already. I've been in Colorado 13 years.
She said
New York. I'm a graduate of Princeton Seminary, Concordia College. Behavioral studies is my interest, and conflict resolution. I have a graduate certificate in that, so I think I'm good.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right, Meredith, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Meredith, you're running in District 6. State Senate District 10. Anybody from State District 10? State Senate District 12.
So we're going to
Anybody running in 12? Anybody running in State District 13? State Senate District 14. State Senate District 16. State Senate District 17. Anybody from State Senate District 18? Yes. Oh, come on now.
Come on, Gary.
So I feel a planned speech, if you'll indulge me for a few minutes, as Senate Majority Leader.
Well, I've never been smart over once, but I don't believe that District 4 fits my
So you want to Where's Cornell?
No, you'll see it right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm running for office, and my lifelong job is.
I will stand in November for the region.
I love the vibe in this room, and I would love to work with everybody.
Further up.
Okay. Then, how about district attorney? Anybody running for district attorney? Districts 1 through 23. Buddy, did you want to represent?
I don't know, we're carefully decided.
Aye.
Okay. That's the majority. Okay, congratulations, Gary. Now, to make this.
Libertarians have been running since 1972. Yet no Green Party or Libertarian Party candidates hold any statewide offices.
It was sweet.
7,300.
My phone when I do my speech.
I'll switch to 8.
Oh, you want to run in House 8? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's where I live.
Okay. So we'll go Jesse Ferris. That opens up congressional 8. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So then Jesse will run in State House 8, and then that opens up Congressional District 8. If we have any candidates, these are the districts that are open for Congress, which would be 5, 6, and 8. So if we have anybody, did you want to represent?
I don't know, we're carefully decided not to.
Okay. All right. But we have that. So we may have party members who want to run who are not.
You're right there.
It'll be on our agenda for next month's meeting.
Who's running?
All right. So I'm going to call
You guys, right?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
social studies, civics teacher, and
I wasn't there. I didn't.
Adam, you and I can go.
Isaiah?
Voices in 7 shows in Arvada.
What are you doing?
So he has chosen to run in another party.
So started.
I didn't even speak. I'm trying to find a.
So I live in a district. I live in HCA. I'm a native of HCA pretty much. Northeast Denver, Park Hill, the east side. So I know the issues. I know what the people are looking for.
The connection.
Yeah, I'll be honored to have your nomination for HCA.
Yeah. All right, bet. Get out of there.
You said Cornell, what's up?
That's a photo op. That's a photo. Last night too.
See him and Jesse over there chopping it up. I feel like he was over there like all excited because it's really only him and TJ. There are the black people in there.
Yeah.
So it's exciting when there's like two other black folk in there. Trust me, I know. I've been to one of these conventions with Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Yeah, I've been to one of these conventions with Jesse.
Yeah.
All right, now. This is the Colorado Roundtable. Are you going to go to the Roundtable first, or are you going to go to Jeff's?
That was the topic of the Roundtable, but you had me pull up the Jeff video.
Only because you announced it, and these motherfuckers ignored it. That's why.
So you just want me to go to where I announced it?
Yeah. Just raid the pantry.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah.
This is what we do. And if I was well enough, I would be with it. Make it a seat. But he'd park me all the way up front, and I would be making a seat up there while he's in the back. We just rubbed it. Jesse puts the phone down now because like we're having covert operations.
Yeah, so this is why you're live on the air.
Yeah. Have you done it yet?
What?
Photo?
The video? After the shows.
Listen.
They got so quiet. They hear a mouse piss on cotton.
They don't speak for like 4 or 5 minutes.
Uh-huh. And I just did the mic drop, like.
And then go back to doing what he's doing, right?
Go back to raiding the pantry.
All right, raiding the pantry. Like nothing yet. Complete silence. I didn't believe it when he said it. I was like, and then I started to feel upset. Like, nothing?
Like, how did you do that?
Like, goddamn, like, how many minutes is this really?
15 right now. It's been at least a minute.
And I was sitting there looking around like, damn.
2 minutes. It's been about a minute, 2 minutes. You ain't heard nothing. What's your plan? This is right there.
As I brought Medea in there yesterday.
Yeah. It's just something about Elijah McClain's hearing. They got another hearing coming up. So I don't know if it's also the bathroom.
Just you're right by the bathroom. You can get everything from the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Row 2 when Homeboy comes.
Oh, check.
Yeah.
Right now, I think it's the same people I had invited last time.
The only new person I believe is Becca Shakur. I need to call her on the phone to confirm her. So I was gonna do that today or tomorrow, get her confirmed. And then LaTanya said she was gonna come. And then some other people.
I hate this bro with a passion.
Yeah.
All because the way, I mean, look, first of all, she's no disrespectful.
Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna be gone until next month.
From the white bitch.
That too, but before that, she's just rude. And she's disrespectful. She's very disrespectful. I can't say she's disrespectful enough. And then when you tell my dude, look, okay, I don't say fuck you, Jesse.
Yeah.
It's gotta be like a really serious fucking event, and I immediately retract.
The bride never said nothing to either one of our faces.
I don't say anything like that, but like I'm his girlfriend. Like damn there one day we go and be married.
Right.
But I know that that's
right.
I mean, I gotta be spirited in the heat of the moment type shit. The devil then took over. But this shit, she does this all the time. She said she did a live on camera one time. These are what I call clout chasers. This shit we don't stand for, we don't like. When it's hard to capitalize on black pain, black death, black shame, black crime. It's wrong to be there taking pictures and acting like you're an advocate or
Well, Trent,
when you're not.
You might want to hold off on that.
I say that because
I'm running for office again.
This,
Can you guess what office I'm running for?
I can say that with all because he did those.
House District 8 here in the state of Colorado. And there's more. Drum roll. We got Cornel West on the ballot for Colorado as well.
Yep.
For president. Yep.
You're welcome. And so I feel like we should
right
now. So as far as like everybody else fucking shit and acting stupid, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I can't stand the dump. I can't stand Sleepy Jim Crow biting. I definitely can't stand RFK.
But
he was over where he's in the building where I'm at right now, and he really disrespected our sister Vicky Dillard. So he definitely ain't getting my support.
See, and he's gonna have to walk all this shit back. Yeah. And he knows it, and we're gonna make him walk it back. Why? Because it was wrong, and this is a lesson learned. This is a lesson teaching moment. Oh, you're gonna walk it all back. You're not gonna disrespect anymore. And also too, that's the thing.
Yeah, he's real cool. Like I met him about 12 years ago when I was a student at Metro State.
Right. For months. And that's what happened.
Yeah, he was so happy to see me. I got to see him twice. He had a rally up in Boulder, and then he came to my convention, and we nominated him for the party. So Cornel West gonna be on the ballot for the state of Colorado. I'm gonna be on the ballot for House District 8, and we got several other candidates as well that's gonna be on the ballot. So this is the year of the independent parties. So all them people that was sleeping on the independents, they got a rude awakening.
Oh yeah, he's just loud talking. Okay, now go to the next one. Next one. The next one is the Roundtable.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember you said your friend was running.
All right, the context now. So they'll go to
I don't know what was being discussed. So what are we talking about?
Now we're talking about this. All this has to do with that, right? Huh?
No, this is the flyer for the town hall.
So what? Go to the actual meeting. So that so this is the roundtable. So Colorado Black Roundtable discussion held by Bailey.
John Bailey.
Whatever his name is, Bailey. John Bailey. Now this goes on like twice a month.
Yeah.
Some shit like that. I always get the invite or the flyer. I just been too sick and immobile to go. But Jesse don't even go sometimes. But now that Jesse's running for office, Jesse can go because they were having other candidates. There was a little candidate forum there. Technically, Jesse could have got on the candidate forum.
Mm-hmm.
But dude was acting like, oh.
Yeah, he was.
And he wouldn't let Jesse up there.
Mm-hmm. Come on, I don't see you nowhere.
This is like this particular forum, or this particular day, they're talking about youth violence prevention.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I told Jesse, because we weren't ready yet with some of the press stuff, because it's just us helping the Unity Party, make shit happen too.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't ready yet. I was like, well, I'm wrong with sitting down and listening. You know what I mean? Sit up straight there. Can you like the thing? So just scroll to the part where he says you ain't got no
light.
Huh?
There's nothing to light.
Where's mine?
Where's over here?
Light it. You smoked all yours already?
Yes.
No, you can't do that to mine.
It's 2:00 in the morning.
Well, hurry up and get through it. Come on, press play. Go ahead. We're just gonna show you the part where they said he wasn't on the ballot, and it was embarrassing, and that's why he couldn't get up there. That's where it was?
Yes. Zion Senior.
And that's what led to yesterday's outburst. Okay. And I'm tired. So tired. Man, I'm so tired.
So candidates are going up. And this motherfucker want that.
Right, like, oh.
Good job, Peter.
You're supposed to be up there, sitting there.
Yep.
Now the one that's
the blue dress, that's
that's a white girl.
The forum is not about everything under the sun.
It's racking like $67,000.
The forum is about youth violence and youth prevention and the mindset and the position that some of these folks may have. You're not up here right now, Chantel.
He's proved it.
I just have to stay right there. You and Darryl should stay right there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, y'all can stay right there.
I'd be remiss if I didn't give my city council people a chance to speak real quick before we got into the candidate forum. So Chantel, you want to take that mic right there?
Okay.
You want to take a couple minutes and just share your thoughts on youth violence?
Hello, good morning. Sorry we're a bit late. We're come from another meeting. Very excited to be here.
That's another one who never said nothing to us. Don't worry, I got to try baseball. You fucking with me. I'm gonna try baseball out there. Y'all really don't want that. Free coupon, I'm telling you now. I would stop for your meeting because inside baseball, because we really upset the balance.
Use the mic.
That those are protective factors. We're doing a lot more things in that plan. Some of the things that we have coming up in our city council budget for District 8 specifically.
With all the vigor in my chest. Do something. Be nothing. You didn't start nothing.
Banding, excuse me. the summer youth employment program, to think about how we might be able to have that program all
Well,
year and not just over the summer.
And check it out. You definitely gonna get it.
And so
Because
very, very excited to be here.
we're here
We'll see how long will be my last, but just know I'm here for the long run to work in partnership with each of you. And appreciate it.
If you're such a political,
Thank you, Chantel.
your own fucking, one article. That's all anybody can do.
Thank you, Coach Bailey, and thanks everyone for being here today. I think it's an important discussion. My colleague, I tell you, every time we're together, we've just been running around all morning from event to event, and I appreciate you so much. I was yesterday, days go fast together, with Safe Haven program, and we had a prayer circle at Full Park. Folks may not know, on the east side, there were 4 shootings in the last few weeks. There were 2 shootings a block away from Manual High School. 1 person was killed, 3 harmed.
This is
There are 2
considered
youth that got a hold of a gun, shot each other. I think ensuring that we as elected officials and as community members, that we don't allow for these things to continue.
I'm gonna do it right now because I wrote a letter. I had delivered it several weeks back.
Be commonplace. It is not.
They
Our
took
young people are dying. We need to make
and
sure
I
that
didn't
we
get ignored.
as the councilwoman stated, we need to ensure that when the budget is put forward and there are cutting rec centers as the first item for cut, that we as city council members, we as Black leaders on city council, our race and rec centers, we stand up and we did, and we have those funds put back into the budget, and that's stuff that the councilman and I and others will be working on. Supporting Struggle of Love and other organizations. I think it's essential for the group of us to understand that many of our nonprofits that are in the youth violence space to make sure that we are preventing and stopping youth violence. These nonprofits are fighting with each other over the same dollars. We need to create a process in which we're providing the opportunity for either the city or for others to bring nonprofits together so they're not competing with each other, that we're elevating the millions of dollars the city's investing to prevent youth violence, and we're making sure that it's being applied to each of these groups so that they can do the work instead of writing grants. All of this is, of course, working with DPD, making sure the AIDS Center and other alternatives is occurring, making sure we're supporting families, rec centers, supporting schools, and making sure that we are building up our Black families and supporting that as a whole. Thank you so much, Coach Bailey, and we look forward to working with each of you, whomever makes it out of this scrum. The councilwoman and I are committed to participating. Thank you very much.
Hey, that's not a question like that. We'll get that to be able to do that. Maybe you'll be able to ask that question.
My brother just talked to him. I don't know. Say he ain't my.
Encourage you to talk with this young man.
He's still a person in the community, and he still has needs.
All right.
He wanted
to. Now with this conversation,
gatekeeper, stop that shit.
It
hasn't been real. We can walk over and talk to him anyway.
Take 5 minutes and introduce themselves. What is your background? Why are you running? Excuse me, y'all. Hey guys, can you put the noise down back there a little? There you go. What is your background and why are you running? If elected, what will your office do to assist youth in our community? And thirdly, what are your thoughts on violence prevention? The first speaker is John Walsh, running for district attorney.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Coach, for putting this event together. I think this is a unique opportunity for people to come together. I know we're all learning from this. I certainly am myself. So last night I was at the vigil that was held. Students at that vigil, they were speaking. We need to double down on in this city, and it's so inspiring to hear how much work is already.
I planned your DA. I want to tell you about my commitment. My commitment is, first of all, that I make in my office.
That we all want change, and this is how change happens. And so I've always believed in public service as a way to make a difference, and that's why I'm running. I've started my career that we all want change.
To make sure that there decisions are being made about justice that affects all of us, We need anti-gang violence people in the office and gun violence prevention people in the office, and that is my commitment to all of you, that I will be here for all of you, so we are constantly talking. And let me add one more thing. You probably hear a lot about transparency. I'm committed to a few things. First of all, a citizens oversight board of the decisions that I make in my office. I'm committed to allowing our data to be shared publicly on racial discrepancies in sentencing. But here's my real commitment to all of you. For those of you who want, here's my campaign cards. My cell phone is on the back of it. That is the same phone my kids use. There is one phone. It's for you, it's for everybody, and that is my commitment to transparency and to all of you. And that's why I'm running to be the next Denver district attorney.
Okay.
Our next speaker, I'm not sure if y'all heard, but Quan did not make the ballot. And so the only candidate for House District 8 on the ballot is Lindsey Grillcrest.
That's not true. I'm on the ballot, but okay, go ahead.
Not on the ballot.
Yeah, yes, I am, John.
I'm telling you, there's nothing out that says that.
Just because you don't see it, you didn't get the white seal of approval, don't mean it's not true.
Thanks, Mr. Bailey. I'm really glad to be here and really appreciate how much you.
And at that point in time, he had made the ballot because somebody, one of our friends, posted something, congratulating him, and he put a little link to the tracer to show that Jesse Paris was on it, and that was enough. But that was hours before this happened, right? So I know because I shared it. I shared it. And I was like, all right, all right. All right. That's how it's going to be played. All right. Now, let's see. Real quick. Is that it? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So, hold on a sec. That's what led me to go off yesterday, which I didn't really think we should revisit. That's what led me to go off yesterday because in reality, it's very dysfunctional. It's wrong. And I directed my anger towards the Free Think Zone because they're the ones who started it. They started it last time. And it continuously is like that. We're not having it. We refuse. We refuse for that to happen again this time. So what we did was we patiently tried to get everything together, which was really difficult because Jesse's excited. He ain't full of little motion. My freckles. The freckles are so excited. Right? He's so excited. He can't contain himself. And I'm just like, shh, wait, shh, no, Jesse, stop, Jesse. Don't tell him yet, Jesse. And he's just like, fuck it, he already just lets it out. I was like, damn it, man. It's hard to put these fires out. But he is on the ballot. He is on the ballot. I unfortunately cannot see very well right now to show you, but he's on there. He really is on there. So you're going to look. He is right there. The tracer is the one that shows the candidates who are currently running. And why would we, we could avoid it, let this happen with this woman? I think that everybody's intimidated by this money that this bride has occurred in, during this election. $67,000 and with an expenditure of like $23,000. I think everybody's afraid of that. But what you expect? You know, white folk always got the money. Even with this one person he was talking to, that he went with, said flat out he didn't have no money to pay Jesse for helping him get on the ballot. If Jesse wanted to help him get on the ballot. And he did. He had rose $26,000. Could he have helped Jesse? Of course. Could Jesse would have helped him? Yeah, of course. But he told Jesse flat out he didn't have no money. Which is a lie. Flat out lie. And he goes to another fucking lie that, you know, I'll later expose. Because I feel like it. I feel like people should stop messing with me. And when I say we're messing with him, you're messing with me. We are a unit. We are a unit. When no one is there to want to help us, he came home, man. He came home and woke up his defense team. I am the defense. When in doubt, you go grab a motherfucking Aries. You need somebody to fight your motherfucking battles, find an Aries. You need somebody to defend you, find an Aries. You need somebody to speak for you in the most elaborate way, find an Aries. You need somebody to throw receipts at you, go find an Aries. You need someone loud to make sure you have a full understanding of what we're doing, find an Aries. I, the Aries. You know what I mean? And I don't allow him to get, you're not going to get drugged this time. You're not going to have us sitting in our fucking feelings bag, fucking weeping and shit again. Nah. You're not going to have that happen because we didn't know this was really what it was. This is how what community? That's the defining thing. We got community. What community? It ain't a community of wild-eyed militant motherfuckers. It's a community of coons. We don't need their seal of approval. They need ours. And that's what this is about. We're about to play some hard-ass basketball. It's basketball season. Might as well call us Basketball Jones. So we're going to go out like that. We're not going to, every little shot they going to shoot up, we're going to bow right out the park. That's it. It's done. So we're going to be playing basketball now. And we're going to win the game. We are going to win the game, huh, baby? Baby, we're going to win the game. We're going to win the game. We're going to win the game. Say, we're going to win the game. All right, here we go. Thank you for being Black, family. Keep in mind this new Black Media Appreciation Month. Still, thank you for being Black. Thank you for staying Black. Thank you for being dangerous with your Blackness. And thank you for watching. Stay highly favored. Stay blessed. Enjoy your week. Thank you for tuning in to Front Line Blacc News. Do we have any more coming up for tomorrow? We're done. Jesse.
Yeah.
Is there part 3 to this shit?
Yeah.
Okay, join us for part 3 tomorrow. And have a happy Monday. Shit. Be black as you can be on Monday. And have fun. We need to start being amused at some of this shit that they're doing to us and fighting back. So we are at the very beginning, fairly, of a revolution. And it's our Black revolution that is right there. We've worked really hard. We have applied slow pressure, and we're at the very beginning of it. A lot of this has been prep time. So just know that we're in the very beginning of our Black revolution. And it will be all over the place. Everybody's going to see us. So thank you for being Black. Thank you for staying Black. Thank you for staying dangerously Black. And thank you for reading and staying informed and listening. Whatever choices you make during election season, that's your choice. But at least you'll have options. So thank you. Stay Black, obviously. Stay dangerous. Stay favored. And have a great motherfucking Monday. Talk to you soon. Peace.